What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Transparency. Happy Tuesday after Labor Day. Yeah, right. So what is up, guys? Welcome. Good morning. Come on in. If it's good night, good night. Happy Tuesday. Tom, there you go, Tom. Shake it for Tom. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. It's just a minute and 30 seconds, but here was a murder about a year ago. A doctor, neuro.
This stunning home behind me in the Boston Edison district is where neurosurgeon Dr. Devon Hoover has lived for 15 years. Inside this home on Sunday, he was discovered dead, his body wrapped in a sheet, stuffed in the attic.
That man was an angel, you hear me? Beautiful. He was so beautiful.
53-year-old Devon Hoover, described by his neighbors as the anchor of this neighborhood, turning his historic home into a museum-like gem off West Boston Boulevard.
And everybody shocked. Oh, everybody shocked. My phone was blowing up all night, and I was too. I was like, no.
The doctor was supposed to be heading to visit family in Indiana last weekend. When he didn't show up, his family called Detroit police, who did a well-being check at his house Sunday. His body was discovered wrapped in a sheet, tucked in an attic crawl space with a single gunshot wound. And then Hoover's car was found dumped on the city's west.
There's actually 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head. He was wrapped in a sheet and possibly carpet.
Hoover was a neurosurgeon at Ascension Healthcare at St. John Hospital in Detroit. They said in a statement that Hoover was a dedicated and well-respected member of the Ascension, Michigan family and will be greatly missed.
His spirit, everything, he cared. He didn't care about the color, the creed. He was so beautiful.
All of this does appear to be an isolated situation, and as of Tuesday evening, there is no one in police custody quite yet. Reporting from the Boston...
Nobody in police custody quite yet. This story would take a wild turn. Okay. This happened a year ago. They actually did arrest or detain somebody, and then they let that person go. The person they detained was actually the person that killed him. Not sure why they couldn't keep him, detained and charge him if there just wasn't enough, if the text messages were enough, but then this guy that they let go, which I'm going to show you guys another clip here. This guy that they let go would then go on to get into a road rage like a scuffle with an older man, and he beat him to death because he hit him. I'm going to show you this clip, and he fell and he cracked his skull. And so he ended up dying in the hospital because of the fight. That guy was arrested for road rage, obviously, 2nd degree. And come to find out, it was the same guy that they had arrested in this case, or at least detained for the 72 hours. And so I want to have you guys see this. So take a look at this. So now think about this. This was a year ago. Now, just a year later, around a week ago, I'm going to show you a different clip. Okay. Okay.
In an investigation. After 15 months in an investigation that spanned 5 states and 3 countries, a Detroit man has been charged for the murder of neurosurgeon Dr. Devon Hoover.
We are charging Desmond Burks today with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder.
Well, Desmond Burks is...
You guys, did you guys hear that? 5 states, 3 countries. I was like, wait, what? Listen to this.
After 15 months in an investigation that spanned 5 states and 3 countries, a Detroit man has been charged for the murder of neurosurgeon Dr. Devon Hoover.
We are charging Desmond Burks today with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder.
Well, Desmond Burks is also facing 6 additional charges. Let's quickly recap this murder case for you.
Dr. Hoover was shot in the head several times in April of 2023 at his home in Detroit's Boston Edison district. Police found Hoover's body in the attic, wrapped in a sheet. A few days later, officials took one person of interest into custody on a warrant unrelated to Hoover's murder. They believed that person had information about what happened. However, that person was later released. And for months, authorities were silent as they worked the case, of course, until today.
Let's bring in Sean Lay. He's joining us live right now. So, Sean, you were at the press conference today. Sean, police are revealing Hoover and Burks appear to have an intimate relationship.
And that's was one of the issues about how long this investigation took, that witnesses who knew and loved Dr. Hoover did not want to reveal these details about his private life, having this intimate relationship with Desmond Burks, a 34-year-old from Detroit. And the prosecutor today...
You guys, I about fell over. I was expecting Desmond Burks to be like this little Playboy bunny. Okay. Wow, I was shocked. But there was like all these text messages between these two, and he was like paying him for sex.
Revealed that sometimes this relationship involved cash exchange for sexual favors. But in the meantime, they were able to link Burks to taking Dr. Hoover's Range Rover, driving it into Detroit, had blood in it. And then after they found the Range Rover, they came back, police came back to this home. This is Dr. Hoover's home, and investigated and found his body in an attic upstairs. Able to backtrack then and see, they say they have evidence that Burks used his credit cards soon after that, and they pinged Dr. Hoover's cell phone to Burks' house. They're putting together things like that, and it's taken months to do so.
Yeah, more than a year. Sean, Burks was...
So, okay, you guys, so listen to this. This guy, after he killed him and was at his house, killed him, takes his Range Rover. There's blood in the Range Rover. They find the Range Rover. This guy took all of his money, his watches, his credit cards, was using them. Okay. So I don't know if this guy was like, yeah, that's my lover. Like, of course I have all of his stuff. You know what I mean? Because when they had him detained for like 72 hours after this happened, they let him go. They couldn't charge him. Okay.
Detained by police 5 days after Hoover's murder, but then we reported that he was released. Do we know why that was? Why was he released?
Prosecutor Kim Worley wanted more evidence in the case, and we understood that laying this out today, seemed like there was a lot of evidence already right out of the gate that named Burks as the person of interest, but there was not enough apparently to hold him. So he was released, and that was a couple of days after the murder.
Okay, and the reason this, like, I have to talk about it. The reason this, like, I couldn't even believe, like, okay, because I believe there's a man could have had his life saved if Burks would have been behind bars. And I'm going to show you that little clip. But I'm like, wow. But Brian Kohlberger, man, we're going to arrest him. Okay. This man had the victim's car. This man's blood was in the car. He had his credit cards, his watches, money that he had taken from the home safe. He had all of this stuff. Then it comes out, and everyone was trying to keep it hush-hush, that the doctor, I think, was not letting people know that he maybe was gay. But I can tell you he most definitely wasn't telling people that he was paying for male sex. Okay. But how did this, how could he, I mean, I can't believe that this man wasn't arrested. You would just say that there's enough. But I guess there wasn't enough. Not in Detroit. What's up? Love Detroit. I only love Detroit because it's so close to Cleveland. And they're just like us. They haven't won a damn NFL Super Bowl. So I got to give my love to Detroit. But they have a chance this year. They're in the power rankings, like top 5 in the NFL, in case you guys did not know that. Detroit, what?
He had been free up until May of this year. And that was an interesting part of this case, that they took him into custody. He's been the only person of interest in the case all this time, and then just today was finally charged.
Well, Sean, another interesting thing we learned today is that while Burks was free but under investigation, he was also charged with the murder of another man.
Yes.
That came to
You guys, now this is what was wild. He was under arrest in custody for this road rage, okay? And so when they would have said they were keeping an eye on Bert, like the killer, the boyfriend, okay, the 36-year-old black male, you must not have been keeping that good of an eye on him. I don't even know if they knew that he was arrested in something else. Watch this. Watch this. I was like, I need to play this for you guys. You guys need to see how crazy
today
this is.
as well, that Burks was detained 5 days after Dr. Hoover's body was discovered right here. Then he was released. And I asked Police Chief James White, what you had eyes on Burks, and they said, yes, we were comfortable that anyone in Dr. Hoover's realm and Burks' realm was not in any danger while he was out. But there was this incident, a road rage incident, where a 67-year-old man from Dearborn bumped into Burks at a traffic light. They both got out. Burks, according to the prosecutor, punched this guy. He ended up dying. So in an unrelated case, while he was out under investigation for Dr. Hoover's murder, that he's been charged and being held $1 million bond on this road rage death as well. That was a twist we didn't see coming.
Well, Sean, a lot to unpack here.
Okay, you think? You want to talk about bad luck? Let me show you that little clip. Anyways, God works in mysterious ways, but needed to bring this to the forefront on this crazy Tuesday. So, let me just pull this one up. Yeah, the Dearborn man. Yep, here she goes. Now, this is bless this woman. Okay. This is the wife.
This afternoon with a Detroit man officially charged in the death of Dr. Devon Hoover. Thank you for joining us for 7 News Detroit at 5. I'm Glenda Lewis.
And I'm Simon Shakett. These charges coming more than a year after Hoover was found shot and killed in his attic. Desmond Burks was arraigned today on a list of charges, including premeditated murder, felony murder, and larceny. But this is not the only murder Burks is charged in.
Okay, so check this out. I think that doctor's gorgeous man. Gorgeous man. Why are you paying this man for sex? I know there's a lot of gay males out there that would have loved to have not taken a dime of your money, and are way sexier.
He's also accused of killing
Now, this is the Dearborn man, okay?
a Dearborn man, Reda Salah, in a road rage incident. And tonight, we want to give a voice to his family, reeling from today's charges while still grieving their loss. 7 News Detroit reporter Sarah Michaels sitting down with loved ones today as they remember a kind, caring man.
Thursday morning here at court, Desmond Burks was charged with the murder of well-known Detroit neurosurgeon Dr. Devon Hoover. This is now the second time within just 3 months that he has been charged with the man's murder. But last time it had to do with a road rage incident.
How long were you two married?
24, 25 years.
How were those years together?
Beautiful. My soulmate.
This video was taken of We Dad Sell Mousy's soulmate, Rita Soleil of Dearborn, on April 17th. We Dad tells me that she'll never forget it because after this video was taken, Rita called her to say that he was heading home, like he always does. But this time, he wouldn't pick up the phone when she called him back.
Called him again. He didn't answer. And my heart started racing. Called again. He didn't answer.
According to Detroit police, Rita was at the intersection of West Chicago Street and Greenfield Road when he bumped into the back of another car. A witness says that the driver of that car, 33-year-old Desmond Burks of Detroit, got out, punched Rita, and left him lying in the street.
What was your husband like? Was he the kind of man who you would see getting in an altercation like that? Or
now think about the Karen Reed case. Ready? You guys, this case like hit me on like every level possible. Now think about the Karen Reed case. This guy punched him. Watch for what we see next. Okay. Literally, somebody rear-ended him, he gets out, they get into road rage, like talking, jabbing, the witnesses said, and then he punched him.
Never. Nope. He'd give you his shirt off of his back.
Rita passed away from those injuries.
Every single day I cry.
On May 15th, Burks was charged with Rita's murder. Shockingly, he would be back in court within 3 months for different murder charges. Thursday morning, Burks was charged with the murder of well-known Detroit neurosurgeon Dr. Devon Hoover, who was killed 1 year before Rita.
What was your reaction when you saw that news?
That was devastating. That was devastating to me.
Dad tells me that she watched the arraignment Thursday morning from her bed. She's on dialysis. Rita was her caretaker. This video is from one of his last birthdays.
Happy birthday to you.
His family says they can't help but think if Burks had been arrested earlier, their father, Dad's soulmate, would still be here for another one.
What does
It totally would have been, right? Hold on, I want to get you guys the picture. This man's he's in the hospital, looks exactly like how John O'Keefe looked. Okay. Let me pull the picture. I want to, but just so, where's the video I wanted? Here we go. Right there. Oopsies. All right.
Speaks one-on-one with us
See on
about why
top?
she believes his murder could have been
Right there on top of his head.
one-on-one with us.
Okay. He's got like a bandage on top of his head.
About why she believes his murder could have been prevented. 34-year-old Desmond Burks was arraigned today in the death of Dr. Devon Hoover. Thanks for
Consciousness, Rita Sala died. Driver, 34-year-old Desmond Burks, punched the 67-year-old, knocking him to the pavement. He would never regain consciousness. Rita Sala died May 11th. What this heartbroken family...
You guys see that? Unreal. So talk about just a weird, wild case. But it's catching attention over there on Court TV, as just in the past 24 hours, Vinny did a segment on it. And I had remember reading about it back in the day. Okay. Because we'll get, Cleveland, Detroit, Midwest stories coming through Columbus all the time. And then I just bought myself a scanner, by the way. I wanted to feel what everybody feels when they talk about scanners, why scanners are so important. So Walmart was selling scanners for $40. So I bought a scanner. So we're going to have scanning Saturdays or scanning Sundays where I'm going to play the scanner for you guys. We can do scanner Tuesdays if you want, but I've never sat around and listened to a scanner. I want to see how it works. I want to go old school. I'm going to start police chasing. Gunshots fired. Lana's in the car, going on to the scene. Careful. They're addictive scanners. Oh my God. Lana, what are you addicted to? Man, police scanners. You guys need to get me in a program. There's another story I want to talk about. So how wild is this? How could they not arrest this man? How could they not arrest this man? Wild. And then what was the piece that why they then charged him? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, we'll give it a whirl now because we have a backup because he killed this guy. So yeah, You're laugh. You laugh, but don't say I didn't warn you, says Mary. I love Mary. We're also going to talk about, I think I've put it out here on this little channel here. We've talked about the hidden lifestyles of the players in the Karen Reed case. Like, truly, what are they into? Are they swingers? Are any of them gay? Obviously, what did John know? Were they covering up cases? John knew about it. Why is Karen Reed calling John O'Keefe, you know, like a perv? All those things we're going to talk about. But before we go there, we are going to talk about a case, a murder for hire case, Texas in Nashville. And so I want you to see one other thing before we get to all the cases that we're very, very comfortable with. I want to show you here we go. Okay.
A Nashville couple are found shot to death in their car as it laid in a ditch. Authorities would trace the crime back to the heir of an Austin, Texas staple, who hired 3 others to help carry out the murder plot.
And how long was your relationship with her?
That night, and another night I came back from Nashville.
So you were using her services as a prostitute, correct?
Yes.
On March 12th of 2020, police in Nashville discovered a car that had rolled down a hill and crashed into a tree at a construction site.
March 12th, 2020. The day, March 12th, 2020. You guys know what March 12th, 2020 is? March 12th, 2020 is the same day that Brian Drake was murdered. Okay? Brian Drake murdered March 12th, 2020 during COVID, all right? This is just when they found the vehicle, was March 12th, 2020 in this case. So
site. It was there officials made a horrific discovery: the lifeless bodies of 36-year-old William Landway, known to loved ones as Bill, and 33-year-old Holly Williams.
Okay, now I want you guys to go ahead and write Nashville couple murder to cover up married rich man's affair, right? Now, I'm going to fast forward because I just want you guys to hear something. She had like a Ring camera type thing, but it wasn't a Ring. It was like actually like cameras. Okay. Now, this guy goes to the door, wants to talk to her. She's inside the house. You guys can I just want you to hear this.
Bill leaving their home. Then Bill.
Okay, hold on, right here.
$1,000 in cash to his Spear Tip security business account and $7,000 in cash into his personal bank account. On the day of the murder, Eric Mon transferred $150,000 via wire from his bank account to a bank account controlled by Paulette. Security footage from that.
Okay, so now think about the Shanna Gardner case. There's all this money at the end. When you guys hear about this case and you watch all the way through, you're going to find out that close to $1 million was transferred hands. Okay. $1 million, not $5,000. Okay. Like in the Shanna Gardner case, $900,000 in wire transfers. Okay. Then, I mean, that's not counting anything that would have been cash. All right. Now listen to this. This blew me away.
Night from outside of Holly's apartment shows her and Bill leaving their home. Then Bill turns around and heads back into the home before leaving again. But within a minute, startling screams could be heard from the security footage. But what you didn't see from that footage was Brockway and Carrie, while armed with firearms, confronting Holly and Bill in the parking lot. It was there Bill was shot multiple times. Shortly after, Holly's security camera was repositioned by one of the killers. Brockway and Carrie then kidnapped Holly and drove her.
Why was the camera... Okay, first of all, let's just start from the beginning here. This is an apartment complex, right? Nobody heard this shit. Nobody heard this screaming. Isn't that crazy? Nobody heard that screaming. Did you hear those pops or those gunshots? These are supposed to be professionals. So, but they had waited till they came outside and then they just kind of like ambushed them, you know? What are they doing? Were they like... and then they know that there's a camera and they don't think that they maybe need to get inside the apartment and get the DVR, get the camera, get the DVR, take their phones. So I told this man, while I was just watching it, who brings in for a... Now, mind you, why this happened is because Bill, I think that's his name, the boyfriend here, or if they're dating, whatever, he messaged that the rich guy, because his son went to school in Nashville. So when he was visiting, he was calling escorts. Messaged her, and then he did it again a second time. And then after that, this guy messaged, her boyfriend, husband, whatever, messaged the guy and was attempting to extort money out of him, or he was going to tell his wife or whatever. But they didn't even have like a relationship. It was like, oh, when I was in town to visit my son at college, I called a couple different escorts. But then this guy called or texted and said, hey, I know about your thing, and if you don't want your wife to find out, try to get like money out of him. So instead of just giving this man $25,000, he paid $1 million to have him murdered. Who brings in on a murder, hire all these people? I'm telling you guys, you guys can go listen to the story. The feds end up taking it over from the Metro Police. Nashville, they suck. Like, think about what's his name, Riley. I think that's all messed up, but yeah, they have him on like a record line. You guys can go listen to it, but weird, wild, crazy, right? All so that his wife wouldn't find out that he had some escorts when he was going to Nashville. This is why this happened. They don't even really like know each other. They weren't like dating or anything like that. But going back to the sounds, like, wouldn't your neighbors hear that at that place? And I would think that you would hear all that screaming. Reminded me
his home in North Carolina, and Eric Mond was arrested after a traffic stop in Austin. FBI agents used recorded phone calls between Mond and Peled that would lead to the quartet's arrests.
Oh, what are you up to?
Yep. What's up?
Man, we have a problem.
You there?
Yeah, you.
So, like I said, you guys can go listen to that, see what you think. But it's like a murder for hire. And somebody that you don't even know. I wonder if those people were running. I want to know how he hired. I think maybe Craigslist. How are you hiring escorts in an area that you don't know? I know, just wild. All that stuff's wild. Ugh. Anyways, this happened back in 2020 and is now coming forward. The feds took it over. That's why we hardly heard anything about it. And they were all found guilty. The one guy worked with the feds. So they haven't even gotten to the sentencing phase. There's no date for that. But when the feds are, so this whole Sandra Birchmore case, then we got the feds that it pretty much did that. And so what are we going to hear moving forward about the Sandra Birchmore case? Yeah. I can't imagine not calling 911 when you hear that at your apartment, right? I mean, if her cameras picked that up, which I heard the popping sound. I think that was gun. You heard the screams. I really didn't hear much from him. So the security team he hired to unalive them were providing security at his car dealerships in Texas. I wasn't sure if he was or wasn't. I know that he provided security for Charlie Sheen, the guy that was in charge, the head guy. So. And then I wanted to show you one more. I know we could talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, but I want to bring some of these to you guys. So again, good. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I'll show you guys one of my big bruises. All right. So next, there was a family found dead this August 31st, just a couple days ago. All right. And I'm going to go like this first and then play the press conference of it. 2 adults, 2 kids. Now, do you guys remember the McStay case? Okay, I don't know if you guys remember the McStay case out of California. This reminded me of the McStay case out of California, except the only difference was there was the mom, the dad, and 2 kids, little kids. That's the McStay case out in California. They went missing. People thought they went to Mexico. And then 5 or 7 years later, 5. It was on the ID channel for like that show disappeared. Then 5 years after their disappearance, their skeletal remains were found in the desert, the Mojave Desert. And those remains came back to being the McStay family. And then about a year after that, then they arrested McStay's business partner, Chase Merritt, who went on trial. And that was probably one of the first cases I ever really kind of did by myself, like not like through like a podcast or anything like that. I just did my own. I printed off all the discovery, and I was really interested in the digitals with that because, well, anyways, it reminds me of this case, except for the fact that these bodies were not buried. They tried to burn the bodies. Okay, let's take a look. Here's a little news report first, and then I'm going to play something else.
Breaking news and weather authority. This is 13 Wham News at 6.
Horror and heartbreak in Irondequoit. 2 young children and their parents all found dead in their burning home. Police calling it an unthinkable case of homicide.
When you murder innocent children, there's no excuse for it.
Good evening. I'm Karen Edwards. Matt is off. Police releasing new information today on the tragic scene in Irondequoit where a family of 4 was found dead. We have team coverage tonight as we hear from family, friends, and police amid the ongoing search for answers. Irondequoit police becoming emotional today in announcing a family of 4 were found dead in their burning home on Knapp Avenue Saturday morning. The victims, 4-year-old Evangeline Ubaldo Moreno, 2-year-old Sebastian Ubaldo Moreno, and their parents, 26-year-old Marangeli Moreno Santiago and 30-year-old Frame Ubaldo. A family and community in disbelief tonight as police are urging anyone with information to please come forward. We begin with 13 WHAM Stephen Pappas. Police giving powerful statements and becoming emotional about this case today, Stephen.
Yeah, Karen, good evening. Irondequoit Police Chief Scott Peters emotional at today's press conference as we got a first real update from Saturday's scene that we now know resulted in the death of a family at their home on Knapp Avenue. A crime scene unlike any other for Irondequoit Police Chief Scott Peters.
This was a horrific scene. In almost 32 years of doing this job, I've never seen anything like it.
Shock and horror from the Irondequoit community, a family of 4 victims of a homicide in their own home.
This is Labor Day. It's supposed to be a joyous day, spending time off with your family. This family doesn't have that anymore. This family is forever going to be, half their family's gone in an instant.
Irondequoit police providing an update on the investigation and naming the 4 family members killed. 30-year-old Frame Ubaldo, 26-year-old Marangeli Moreno Santiago, 4-year-old Evangeline Ubaldo Moreno, and 2-year-old Sebastian Ubaldo Moreno killed early Saturday morning. Chief Peters saying these actions are inexplicable.
Adults do what adults do, but kids are innocent. So take that for what it's worth. Mom was being a mom, protecting her children. Dad, I can't say, but nobody should ever be able to do this or be able to think that they could do that to a child.
The chief saying that his department is dealing with a lot at the moment between the investigation and trying to keep a community together, and says those responsible will be caught.
We wanted to make sure that we went floor to floor and didn't miss any piece of information that needed to be collected to ultimately bring these monsters to justice.
Now, this isn't all.
Okay, so now we're going to listen to the press conference because he kept saying these monsters. Yeah, this is near Rochester, New York. Yep, that's correct there. The mom of Carson Hockey. So let me go back to this. So they were killed prior to starting these multiple fires in this house. Okay. And okay, there we
go. On August 31st, 2024, at approximately 5:23 a.m., a 911 call came in for the address of 329 Knapp Avenue. The call initially came in as a fire at the location. Irondequoit Police, as well as personnel from the Irondequoit Fire Department, St. Paul Fire Department, the Point Pleasant Fire Department, and Irondequoit Ambulance responded to the location. The fire inside the structure was quickly addressed and brought under control. While searching the location, several individuals were located inside and found to be deceased. The names of the deceased are Frame Ubaldo, he's a 30-year-old male from 3029 Knapp Avenue. I'm sorry about pronunciation on this. Marangeli Moreno Santiago, 26-year-old female from 329 Knapp Avenue. Evangeline Ubaldo Moreno, 4-year-old female from 329 Knapp Avenue. And Sebastian Ubaldo Moreno, 2-year-old male, 329 Knapp Avenue. Sorry. Due to the condition of the bodies, it was readily apparent that this was going to be a homicide investigation. Officers on scene worked with fire personnel to ensure it was safe to be inside. After it was determined to be safe for fire and police personnel, the location was secured to start a methodical investigation. Crime scene technicians and investigators from the Irondequoit Police Department and the Monroe County Fire Bureau worked diligently to process the scene. Due to the nature of the scene, our processing took almost 2 days. Limited information was initially given out due to the need to inform family members that had to be located in other states. Peer counselors were brought in immediately for the initial emergency responders and remain available for the upcoming days. Anyone with information is asked to call the Irondequoit Police Department at 585-336-6000, or if you wish to remain anonymous, please call Crime Stoppers at 585-423-9300. I apologize. I know you guys have questions. This was a horrific scene. In almost 32 years of doing this job, I've never seen anything like it. So there's a reason why we don't put all this information out at first. And I get a little frustrated, and not with you, I get a little frustrated with a lot of people on social media and anything else, wanting to have instant gratification, put the information out there immediately. There's a reason why we don't do it, because the last thing I want is a family member to hear horrific details about their family's death through social media or through the media. I wanted to hear it right straight from her mouth. Think about if it was your family. Think about how we would want to be treated ourselves. So that's the reason why this has taken just a little bit of time. Also, we took 2 days to make sure that we methodically cleared that location. The fire did not help, but it didn't hinder us. We wanted to make sure that we went floor to floor and didn't miss any piece of information that needed to be collected to ultimately bring these monsters to justice. That's all I can say. Is for what you do to adults is fine, but when you murder innocent children, there's no excuse for it. And I have no excuse for some of the things I say and the way I will conduct myself talking about these people. I have the fire department here, the fire chief.
I love this man.
Obviously, immediately afterwards, you talk about the peer counseling stuff, and you can see that it still hits you, especially if you're a parent. We have peer counselors. The fire department has been, readily utilizing them. We'll, after we get a chance to take a break and take a breath and collect our thoughts, hopefully, or maybe we'll be using those same counselors. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Cause it dead, or you just, do you know, we just can't reveal it? Or
I do know, and I won't reveal it.
Is that just because of the investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
Chief, any idea who these monsters are?
At this point, no.
Okay, so right there he says that he knows the cause, the manner. They know it's homicide, the cause. However it was, he's not going to reveal it. And that's something that Idaho could have done as well. Just like they didn't want to reveal who the 911 caller was, but they wanted to tell everybody about how the students died.
But obviously we have a lot of leads that we're working. And so my investigative staff is right here, and they're second to none. And they've been working around the clock diligently and, having to actually process that scene. Also, Sergeant Fitzak is over here. He's led the technicians and actually processing the scene. So we're dealing with a lot of stuff here. We're dealing with an investigation going on one side. We're dealing with handling evidence on the other side, and dealing with trying to keep the community together. And so, like I said, it's our officers have seen a lot, but they're professionals and they're doing their job. And maybe after, we get a chance to actually take a breath, might be able to think a little bit more about it.
Chief, it appears this was a family.
Yes.
Are you able to get into a little bit of the connections there? Just a very young pair of siblings.
Yeah, absolutely. And two parents and two siblings. So that's what I ask you to think about is, this is Labor Day. It's supposed to be a joyous day, spending time off with your family. This family doesn't have that anymore. This family is forever going to be, half their family's gone in an instant.
Chief, do you know a motive yet, or is that anything you can talk about?
I don't have a motive, and it'd be way too early to speculate on that.
Can you say anything about whether there was ever any problem with that house?
No, it's a quiet street. We're there for regular calls for service, but not overtly or any more than any other place in the town. And no, it's a lot of great neighbors when we were out there. The neighbors all came out. Everybody was very supportive. They helped us. It's a nice street.
But you did say, I think originally, correct me if I'm wrong, that you feel that these individuals targeted random.
Correct. Yeah, and I obviously, because of the investigation, I'm not going to go into that.
Do you know anything about the start of the fire yet?
I can let one of the fire personnel, because the only thing I know about a fire is lighting a lighter.
Yep. So Shane Metcalf, Chief of the Irondequoit Fire Department. At this time, it's still under investigation. So as Chief Peters said, the Monroe County fire investigators that work through the Fire Bureau, they'll determine the cause and origin of the fire, but that'll take some time. Obviously, with the seriousness of the incident, everything was done very slowly and very methodically. So it'll take some time, but it's still under investigation.
So with something like this, the chief mentioned that you run 4x4 to make sure you don't miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of evidence would you gather, or you gather?
Yeah, so I would defer that question to the fire investigators. Unfortunately, they're not here today, but they followed a similar process that the police department followed, just extremely methodical. Their investigation is obviously trying to determine how the fire started, and if there are any information or evidence that they can give to the police department, they do that. But same as IPD did, they went methodically through the house. They were there with the police investigators until almost 9 p.m. that night. So they worked very, very hard to determine the cause.
When you arrive at something like this and there's the fire scene at a home, a lot of times you might have neighbors saying, there's people inside. I mean, what happened when you arrived at scene?
Yep. Yeah, so we got the call just as a police department, and the ambulance did at 5:23 for a house fire. Crews arrived pretty quickly thereafter, within 4 minutes, and were alerted that potentially there were people inside the house. The first thing we're thinking at 5:30 in the morning is folks are sleeping, folks are home, there's cars in the driveway. So the firefighters immediately began to search. They started where we would most likely find victims in a house fire, in bedrooms and sleeping presumably. So they searched the second floor, they searched the first floor, found some different fires throughout the building, and then ultimately found the deceased victims in the basement. So at that point, obviously with the suspicious nature of what they had encountered, we pulled all the fire department personnel out, turned the incident over to the police department, and then really just supported them until they no longer needed us.
When you say different fires throughout the building, does that mean it was likely multiple spots the fire started, or just it was a natural?
So I can't comment too much on that right now. They encountered multiple fires that they extinguished. What more details will come out with the investigation?
Any estimate on how many suspects you're looking for?
No, it would be way too early to speculate on that.
Chief, I think everybody who's lived in this community for a long time has experienced a lot of homicide, but I can't recall something like this.
Neither can I.
And I think that what our viewers would like some understanding is why a family would be murdered, why 2 children would be murdered. Can you help our viewers and our community understand why this happened?
I don't think anybody can explain why that happened. Adults do what adults do, but kids are innocent. So take that for what it's worth. Mom was being a mom, protecting her children. Dad, I can't say, but nobody should ever be able to do this or be able to think that they could do that to a child. So let's just leave it at that.
How are your officers taking this? Is this the hard thing for anybody to process?
So our officers, like I said before, are very professional. They've been working right straight through, taking breaks to get some sleep, do what they have to do, and they're just plugging away. We're monitoring them closely. Quite frankly, we have, a volume of evidence to be able to get in, submitted to lab work, put in our custody, holding on to it. Once we get that stuff done that needs to be done, so that there's nothing that's lost as far as when this does come to trial, that evidence is suppressed or anything, we'll make sure that it's done correctly. Then we can take a break, get some sleep, possibly do a little decompression, And then sometimes maybe that's when, that's why we want to make sure that our peer counselor is available for all that stuff afterwards.
Is there anything else you can tell us about the family? The kids go to school around here?
They were 2 and 4 years old, so they weren't even in school yet. Obviously, that is the area of the East Irondequoit High School school district, but quite frankly, I don't think it had any impact on where they were going to school or anything.
And there's no criminal history for the parents, or domestic calls, or anything along those lines there?
No. So I can't say any more about that. So, but there was not a domestic incident. I think the only time we ever talked to the family was we had a stolen car in the area and asked if they saw anything. That was it.
I want to talk a little about that. The one thing I noticed that's different here for me with the press conferences, you didn't hear him come out and say, we're working with this person, we're working with this agency, we're working with that agency. I get the sense that, hey, we're going to take our time and do everything the way that we know how to do it, just like how you would do a stolen car. There's procedure. Someone said in the chat about, parents would do or adults would do adult things, but kids, stay, like, leave them out of it. That's interesting. No issues with, like, ever having run-ins with the law here.
So, and it's just, I can't say anything more about that.
Are you able to tell us how long
I think there is something that he does know.
the family might have been living there?
I think they bought the house maybe 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah, so I think from what I understood is, I think they, talking to neighbors and talking to family, I think it's anywhere between 2 to 3 years ago they bought the house.
We can just hear the emotion in your voice,
Yeah.
right? Your tenure with law enforcement in this agency, you said earlier you've never seen anything like this.
No.
I mean, how does it fall on the grand scheme of things?
It's the worst thing I've ever seen. I'll remember it for life. Simple as that.
I know you can talk about cause of death, understandable, not trying to, cause any problems with the investigation. I think people are just trying to wonder if they, maybe just to help them get through this, because I think viewers and all of us are trying to comprehend this. Did they die in the fire, before the fire? I don't know. Just, is there anything that you can offer?
I can't. Again, it's too early on the investigation to sit there and say that, but we're not ruling anything out, and that's the reason why we come into an investigation like this, and instead of being narrowly focused, it's wide open. So we want to make sure that we wait till the autopsies are done so that we can talk to the medical examiner and get a cause of death, why the fire was set, why this even this chain of.
It's so well said. So well said. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be.
Events was set in motion. So everything's available to us. I don't know if it was, well, I do know. I have a good idea why, but it's just too early to speculate on, why this happened. But
it was clear based on what you said here, what you said earlier, Chief, that at some point when you guys got there, it became clear this was a homicide.
Yes, sir.
Not accidental.
Correct. Yeah, it's just, as I said in the press release right there, just looking at the condition of the bodies, you can tell that these were not wounds consistent with, the bodies didn't have damage to them consistent with being in a fire.
There you go, right there. The damage to the victims is not consistent with being in a fire. Fires are usually set after the fact to destroy evidence. Some people burn cars, light cars on fire, burn cars. Or, people set fires for insurance purposes, but that's not this case.
Chief, and I apologize if you answered this and I missed it. Did you think the fire was set in an attempt to try and blur the investigation or something about that?
It could be. I don't know, if there was a struggle inside, started a fire, done everything, that stuff. But again, it's too early to speculate about that.
And have you officially confirmed this arson?
We haven't. Like the police investigation, it'll take a while to piece everything together. The Fire Bureau investigators will take the same exhaustive process to try and determine everything, but at this time it's still undetermined.
How close are you? Do you have any idea for suspects?
Yeah, that would be totally speculative. And obviously, in a situation like this, I'm not going to tip my hand for anything. We're going to keep everything close to the vest. It's the reason why I was very slow with forthcoming with information. These kids deserve it, and I don't want anything to compromise this investigation. So people's desire for information doesn't trump these little kids' lives. And I'm not going to apologize for that.
You know, Chief, you mentioned you had to reach people out of state and all. Do you know if they have local family and all this?
I think there is some local family on one side of the family, and then, the other side of the family, outside of the family. So outside of the state, I'm sorry.
I guess, we've talked about this already, but when it comes to the pursuit for suspects, depending how many, I mean, do you have any sort of confidence that that will be resolved sooner rather than later?
I don't know about sooner, but it will be resolved. This will be something that our department will work on 100%. We won't stop until we do solve it. Like I said, we're starting to get some good leads, but also this is the reason why we have this, and I'm giving you as many details as I can right now, because I think once people realize the gravity of the situation and the disgusting nature of the situation and the fact that children were involved, I'm hoping that people put away any type of supposed fear or anything else of, not want to cooperate with the police. But I mean, these kids deserve it. They had a whole life in front of them. They were just innocent little kids.
Did the suspects break into the house? Did they know the family?
Again, it's going to be speculative to be able to talk about that right there. I have no idea what the relationship between the suspects and the family. So like I said, we have eyes wide open to try and sit there and, come up with a motive. So I don't want to pigeonhole anything.
Is anybody going to ask, should because the big thing with Idaho is that the safety of other people.
Is that it? Okay. Thank you.
All right. So what do you guys think? Yeah, something definitely. This is horrible. So I personally believe that knives were used, not guns. But not one person asked, was this an isolated targeted attack? Okay. And that's all that Idaho wanted to know. And the only thing that I see different with the Idaho house and then this house, those 4 victims, is that somebody tried to set a fire afterwards. That's what I see. Okay. But the gruesomeness that he's describing here to me sounds like torture, and to me sounds like blunt force trauma. And that they were dead before the fire started. So that's the feeling that I get. I agree, Kelly, 100% that this officer, sergeant, lieutenant is an example of how law enforcement should be, 100%. I also think he's making right there at the end, because people it's people won't talk to law enforcement because also in certain neighborhoods, when they see that you are cooperating with the police or you're talking to them, then you get like this label. It's where was this, or where did this take place? It took place August 31st, 2024, and Rockford, Rochester, New York. Say Rockford. It's not a place I was at. So just this past. There you go. Saturday. And I'm curious how long in between, if they'll be able to tell how long between the homicides and then the burning of the house, you know. But yeah. Yep, I'm about to pull up Google Maps for you guys. Hold on one second. It's got a little bit of a cartel. If you want to, I'll say it. It's got a little bit of like a cartel feel. So he gave that address at the beginning. Did you guys hear that?
I'm sorry. First thing I want is a family.
Or
Never in an instant.
correct me if I'm wrong, that
All right, here we go.
So Shane Metcalf, Chief, time is still under investigation with the serious house.
You know, there's people inside. I mean, what happened when you arrived?
The first thing we're thinking at 5:30 in the morning is folks are sleeping, folks are home. You know, there's cars in the driveway.
On how many suspects you're looking for?
Let's just leave it at that.
How are your officers taking this? Is the hard thing for anybody to process?
So our officers, like I said before, are very professional. They've been working right straight through.
Is Annie in chat? Annie, do you have that address? Jen, good to see you in here, babe. Work on that laundry, girl. Get it, girl. Let's see. Thank you. That's what we're gonna go with. 329. Okay. Yeah. All right, here's Google for you. So right there. Yeah, they're really close. These houses are really close together. Let's take a look at something else. Super close together. Oopsies. Yeah. Super sad. All right. It's definitely not a murder suicide. It's for homicides based on the initial investigation that was said by the chief. 4 people were deceased before they're not the 4 wounds or 4 victims and the wounds of each victims, and they're not consistent with being, dead because of a fire. So let's check houses with cameras. Yep, about to do that. And then I'm going to move on to one other thing here. Let's do this. All right, so all right, again, there's your house. Let's see. I can't tell if that's a Ring camera or just a regular doorbell. Right there. Let's go across the street. Let's take a look one more time. Oopsies. This is the neighbor's house. Is that a ring right there? There's a regular. That's. I don't think that's big enough. I can't tell if it's a ring or not. Now remember, this could be an older picture, so like they could have gotten stuff after this was taken. Remember, no calls for domestic violence at this house. Let's see. This is from 2022, though, so things could have changed. Oh, I think we got one. Right there. Boom. I wonder how big that tree is. Again, this is from 2022, so it could be something that's, obviously newer, but there is one across the street. I think that's a ring. So let's see. So that's the house I'm back out, so you guys can see the angle. Oopsies. No, not that far. Oh, okay. So 300 is right there. Damn. Depending on how these cars were parked and that tree. See right here down the lower left-hand corner says 329. See my pointer's on it right here. That's, we might be able to get some car. If it was wintertime, that tree wouldn't have any bushes on it. Again, the tree could have been cut down. These are from 2 years ago. And that means other people in the neighborhood could have gotten Ring cameras. But right there's the house. Yep, so it's a couple down. All right, so we'll be keeping an eye on this case. Oh, moving on. It's hard to talk about the kid cases, man. It's hard. Let's talk about the Brian Drake case out of Idaho. Who really killed Brian Drake? March of 2020. All right. Got some developments there. Let's see. Okay. Do you guys remember I played the video from the TikTok woman? She also went on YouTube, and she was talking about all the wild stuff that was going on in Bonners Ferry and Boundary County. her name was Misha, like she was married a couple different times. So it was like Misha Davis. At one point it was Misha Nauman. Okay. Well, Misha got a job in 2024, this past spring, working at the senior rec center. Okay. So Misha, the people that she's been married to is Mike Davis, who owns that Mike Gym's where Brian Drake worked out at. Okay. Then she married Jasper Nauman, whose family is well connected and rumored to basically be a part of pushing the drugs in that area. Also, they owned the brewery. Just well connected, people know. And she comes out on social media, and she was hired to do at the senior rec center, or the senior center, whatever they want to call it, just the senior center, auditing and looking and seeing like what's up with financial stuff. Then she took to social media, and the police in Bonners Ferry, the sheriffs in Boundary County, she was saying how they were she knew a bunch of shit on them, just claiming to have a bunch of stuff on them. Stuff that had to do with human trafficking, stuff that had to do with her being a victim of some of these people because of the stuff that her mom, more or less, in a way, lack of better words, maybe pimped her out. But one of the things that caught my attention was when she says and mentions the name Brian Drake. Okay. Mike's gym is located in Bonners Ferry. Bonners Ferry is really, really small. So she mentions the name Brian Drake, and in one of her encounters with the police, when they wanted to they needed a reason to arrest her, and they did it based on saying that she was trespassing. Okay. Well, I've taken a look at some videos and stuff like that, and it's all a bunch of crap. Anyways, they arrest her, and they have her right now they're holding her for threats upon people, one of those people being the prosecutor, trespassing. And this came right after she basically was talking too much and letting some stuff out the bag. And they knew that I'm working this Brian Drake, Dr. Moore case. And it's like, part of me felt like law enforcement was suppressing what she had to say by, if they arrest her and if they hold her, then she won't be able to get information out, right? So I wanted to look more into this Misha Nauman, Misha Davis, right? Because right now she's in custody. She's being held in the county until I think like December. And she accused Willie Cowell, who is the police chief now. He wasn't in 2020, but he was definitely involved in the police department back then. He was definitely involved in the Brian Drake, allegedly, if you want to call it investigation. Definitely wasn't an investigation, but whatever you want to call that shit show. But this Willie Cowell guy, Misha Davis, says, yeah, and you guys or you killed Brian Drake. And how I took it as she's alluding to the fact that the police were involved in his death, right? So here's a woman who's been in that town for years, okay? Very, very good-looking girl, knows and is well-connected with all these people, and knows about their little drugs, their human trafficking, all this shit. And she's just spilling the tea. But they try to make her seem crazy so that therefore they can discredit her. And you know what? She may be crazy. Because I think that if that ever happened to me or any one of you guys, and the stuff that she's alleging that happened to her, that we'd be fucking crazy too for what we would have went through and endured. But talk about the good old boys in that town and talking about that, you know, framing other people for crimes, putting it on other kids. And it just is all so familiar with the Brian Drake case and, like, you know, what I've uncovered in that case. Framing. It's a frame job. This is one big frame job. But you have to ask yourselves this. Ready? Who the fuck is Brian Drake? And why couldn't they just investigate his case like it was anything else? Why can't the true motive of why Brian Drake was murdered come out? So the police, Idaho State Police, put it out and said that the reason Brian Drake was murdered was because of patients, because of work, because he was taking patients from Dr. Moore. That's their motive on why then Dr. Moore killed Brian Drake, okay? Well, there'd be a problem with that motive because there is no evidence of that motive. They didn't have evidence of that motive back then when they said it. So why would you just make that up, right? You have to make up a motive in order to get the person that you're alleged framing. It has to all kind of go together. And if Dr. Moore isn't into like the drug world and the sex, drug, rock and roll lifestyle, human trafficking, being part of those fucking idiots around there. But Brian Drake was. We can't have that. We cannot have the true reason why Brian Drake was killed come out, because then it's going to expose what? It's going to expose what they're all doing over there. Okay. So again, this is my complete opinion based off of my investigation into this case, which is when Jennifer Drake said that, oh, my husband said that he was shot through the window because I was on the phone with him, right? Well, I'm alleging to all of you guys right here and right now, I do not believe that Brian Drake was alive during that time frame, okay? At 7:26, from 7:17 to 7:26, when they were allegedly on the phone together, those two phones were 100% communicating with each other. There was a call. But I do not allege that Brian Drake was on the other phone. I don't even know if Jennifer Drake was on the call with them when those phones were communicating. During that phone call, at the end of that phone call, she says that Brian said that, oh my God, I think I just been hit. Someone just shot me through the window, right? Well, guys, here's the problem with that. Nobody was shot through any window. We did the reenactment. Scientifically is proven with 100% scientific certainty that that window was not blown out from outside in, okay? It was blown out from inside out. So then the first guy that is on scene allegedly to have found Dr. Drake's body, the phone call, 911 call, supposedly came out at 7:29. They're driving around the area. It's so big. No, they have the address where they're supposed to go. And nobody finds Dr. Drake's body until 7:54 from 7:29. And they were there within like a couple of minutes from the call. They had the address, right? But guess who was the guy that found the body of the officers? Can be 100% verified by a crime scene. Yes. Yes. So the guy that finds the body, his name is Mike Venezuela. He is, at the time, in 2020, he was with the Boundary County Sheriff's Department. Well, back before that, in 2016, he was with, I'm going to play it for you. Sandpoint, which is just the next little area up, or rather down from Bonner's Ferry. It's about, I don't know, a half hour. Mike Valenzuela would be involved in an officer shooting with an automatic rifle. I put out this quick body cam back a week ago, I think it was. And there was a woman who was pregnant, who was struggling, and she was saying, like, whatever the hell she was saying. Her husband was scared, wanted to get help, so he called the police. And the police came. Within 15 seconds on arrival, the police shot that woman, and Mike Valenzuela shot her with a AR. Now, ooh. They investigated it and said that neither officer did any wrongdoing. This girl had a knife. I'm going to show you. Let me click off of this. Yeah, wait till you see this. Let me get to my page. Look at this. I was blown away. Here we go. Again, this is trigger warning. All right. Warning, this video contains some footage. Viewers. Okay, this is, you're in the car up here. So it says Venezuela up top, Unit 2. On July 8th, 2014, police officers in Sandpoint, Idaho received a 911 call. So this is Mike's car, and there's an officer right there. You see that SUV right there on the right? Okay. So this is them pulling up. Okay, so police dashboard camera footage shows that Officer Ziegler and Valenzuela, this is his body cam right now, they're going to get out of the vehicle. And I want you to see, I'm going to pause it. You just see a guy that was walking away right there. As soon as they get out of the car here, within 15 seconds. Now watch though.
Walk over here. Show me.
Right there. See the gun? Look at this. Walk over here. Show me your hands. All right. He comes out with an AR.
Walk over here. Show me. Walk over.
Unreal. Absolutely unbelievable. And
Over
now
here.
coming into the frame over to the right, you're going to see the other
Show your
cop.
hands. Come here. Show me your hands. Drop the knife.
The girl says, fuck you. Drop the knife. Okay. Watch.
Drop the knife.
Do you see how this other officer, he just has his hand on his, like his gun's not out. Mike literally got out of the vehicle with that gun exposed and pointed and walked towards. She has a knife. She doesn't have a gun. She has a knife, and she was threatening self-harm. She was pregnant.
Knife. Bring it on. Drop the knife. No. Drop the knife. No. Drop the knife. Oh, shit. Shots fired.
Okay. I want you to take a look right where this truck is. All right. She's standing right behind the truck. See how she falls right there?
Shots fired. Don't move! Don't move. Hey, I get the cover. Oh, shit.
Like, what the fuck were they doing?
Stay back! Stay back!
Again, Riley, whose family says she had mental health issues, died from multiple gunshot wounds. The officers at the scene have been cleared of any wrongdoing.
Black.
I don't even have words for this. Wouldn't you go there and say, hey, what's going on here? You don't want to see anybody get hurt. Okay. I mean, and the only reason I'm showing this, everyone could say, oh, this is in 2014. Okay, yeah. 6 years later, this same officer is now at a scene where, I'm sorry, but there was no gunshot through that window. He's the one that's standing there. And he was dispatched there. He had the address. And so I'm just curious what he was doing from 7:35, 7:40 until 7:55. But this is unreal
Drop
to
the
me.
knife! Bring it on! Drop the knife!
She's saying, bring it on. She has a knife. Bring it on. Why are they approaching her like that? So right there, then he pulls his gun. So he has his gun out. So 2 guns, an automatic. And then why did they start shooting? Who shot first here? She doesn't even have a gun. Did she throw her gun at them? No. I mean, did she throw her knife at them? No. Did she charge at them? No. So explain to me.
The knife! Drop the knife! Oh, shit. Shots fired. Don't move!
Unbelievable. And they may say, no, she started to run at us. Okay. Why do you have it? Why was there an automatic out rifle? She did suicide by cop and they happily obliged. But there was no wrongdoing here. Okay. No wrongdoing. Everything was fine. I think there's a lot wrong with this scene. But so anyways, fast forward, but this is who Mike Valenzuela is. And you want to fast forward, right? And to 2020. And then, so, I'm notorious for going and getting, just like I did in the Idaho 4 case, I went and got all the Venmos. Like, let's get the Venmo transactions. Let's get everything we can social media wise. I want to know everything I could about this guy, Mike Valenzuela. Because on body cam with the Drake case, he's saying that he went to Drake's office, but there was an incident that morning there around 9 or 9:30, and then signaled to the guy that he was talking to, the police officer, Alan Schleff, to shut off his body cam. We're going to talk about this off cam. Well, I've attempted to get that incident from 9 or 9:30 that they were summoned over there for earlier. Nobody wants to give it up. Well, so I said, let's go get some stuff on, let's see. Mike Valenzuela, Venmo transactions. Got it. All right. Mike Valenzuela, 104 friends on Venmo. And I was really interested to see who he was paying money to. And the stuff that he was writing when he was paying. And emergency mouthfuls of meats. Okay. Hoe maintenance fee. Caleb Watts, that is another police officer and a detective. Okay. Freedom Seeds. Mike Venezuela paid Caleb Watts for foot rubs. Mike Venezuela paid Caleb Watts for a cheeseburger. Hugh paid Michael Venezuela big loves and hot rubs. Caleb Watts paid Michael Venezuela pole hockey. Fly rod. Super Bowl. Fantasy football. Pigs. More pigs. Horses. Zoomy juice. Football. Foot rubs. Michael Venezuela paid Caleb Watts June 7th, 2023 foot rubs. DeWine-O. DAWIN-O. Lucky balls. Again, we're just in February of 2023. Wait till we get down to 2020 here. Michael. Booze City. Hugh paid Michael 5-time pole holding champ. Hugh paid Michael December 31st, 2022, paid under protest because I was baited and lured into this by peer pressure. I guess I can't worm my way out of this crappy situation without someone putting my head on a pike. Just another wacky situation I got hooked into, I guess. This thing is cutthroat for B, C, and T. Who writes all of that to pay somebody on Venmo? Like, Hugh pays Michael, no strings attached. Michael pays Geneva, stuffs. Hugh pays Michael Aaron's fishy wishy. Michael pays Hugh stuff. Michael pays Lisa candy bars. Fishing pole. Fantasy football. For stringing me along. Wait a second. Hugh, August 27th was around fantasy football because it's going to get drafty soon. Mike pays Hugh the boat goods. Hugh pays Michael June 7th, all up in Wendy's business. Probably got Wendy's food. Mickey's DDP. I have the power. All in caps. These are all different payments, like what they're titled. Freedom. Richard Cowell. The fourth. Paid Michael. Venezuela. Freedom. What? Cowell. What's that last name? Oh, okay, yeah. That's the last name of the police chief right now, but Willie is the... Okay, Michael, Venezuela, paid Kevin Dye on April 2nd, 2022 for powder. Powder. Lori, paid Michael. Thank you. Michael, Venezuela, paid Hugh. Shirt, skinny, bendy, poles. Richard Cowell IV paid Michael Venezuela racism, January 28th, 2022. Ashley paid Michael Venezuela fee for pole dancing. Michael Venezuela paid Richard Cowell IV for dongs, D-O-N-G-S, dongs. Richard Cowell IV paid Michael Venezuela on January 8th, 2022 for an ass kicking. Michael Venezuela paid Elena Turtle football for Michael Venezuela and Eric Clark. Hugh paid Michael Venezuela on November 5th, 2021 wieners. Lots of juicy, mouth-watering wieners. These are the fucking people that are running the police departments around there. Immature fucks. Wieners. Lots of juicy, mouth-watering wieners. November 4th, 2021. Connie's Unmentionables. I know there's a diner over there. Michael paid Hugh. Spicy bowls and gases. Hugh paid Michael October 30th. A skinny pole with a busted tip. Just the tip. Michael paid Peter coins. Hugh paid Michael Venezuela on October 12, 2021. God, Jesus. Super manly adventure supplies and jelly beans. Laura paid Michael Venezuela October 5th, 2021. Yellow Lab Milo. Michael Venezuela paid Hugh. The little sign, little sticks. Laura paid Michael test payment. Test payment. I know it's not like a test because she didn't pay him like again to make sure like, okay, here, you got, okay, now I'll send you the rest of it. Kelly paid Michael. I'm going to kick your team's ass again. That's around fantasy football. Eric Clark paid Michael. OnlyFans sub. Hugh paid Michael Venezuela. My fantasy of a foot and some balls. Hugh paid Michael May 4th, 2021. Subscription renewal to Taint Scrubbers Quarterly. Thanks for your continued patronage. April 29th, 2021. Hugh paid Michael Liberty Soil for planting my freedom seeds. I'm a lead farmer, y'all. Okay, this is great. Hugh paid Michael with the picture of the eggplant, purple eggplant. We all know what that is. And the orange, peach. So, Dixon ass. These are Venmo payments from Michael Venezuela, who was the first person to find Brian Drake's body. Officer with the Boundary County Sheriff's Department. He's also the same person that responded that morning to an incident where he signaled Alan Schleff to shut off his body cam. He's also the same person that shot a woman with an AR in 2014 when responding to a scene in 15 seconds. Ooh. Autumn paid Michael beauty supplies. April 10th, 2021. Michael paid Melissa muggy mug. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. Autumn paid Michael Venezuela Jack D membership subscription. Or you could say it's jacked. Hugh paid Michael Venezuela super sweaty man love and gummy bears. Autumn paid Michael Venezuela January 17, 2021 powder. Hugh paid Michael January 16, 2021 mouthfuls of creamy sauce and some chicken. This is how this is just how, yeah. He must have taken a book out of what's his name's, a page out of Proctor's, this is, okay, wow. Hugh paid Michael on January 16th, again, same day as, like, he paid for the mouthfuls of creamy sauce, supplies for our special night. December 29th, 2020. You guys ready? 'Cause Clark couldn't finish. Ray paid Michael December 8th, 2020. Harley's Snacks. December 2nd, 2020. Freedom Seeds. Kelly paid Mike November 20th, 2020. The League. November 18th, 2020. Your Tootsie Roll. Oopsies. Your Tootsie Roll. September, oh wait. No. Okay, yeah. Very interesting names that he's friends with. He's friends with the prosecutor on Venmo. Boundary County prosecutor. He's friends with other one that I think is interesting. Dustin Schmidt. He was another officer that responded to Brian Drake's murder scene. Whoever this Hugh, Gepenus is, get a fucking life. The day I'm on Venmo writing this shit. Next up is the 911 dispatch. Mallory Stipich. They're friends. Oh, I just missed the one. Richard Cowell. And who else are at the end? That's worth a damn. That's about all. Now, okay, so we heard it here first. Ready? We have uncovered the cell towers that will tell you whose phone is making calls in the area and things like that. Well, they said that Isaac Funderburg was the 911 caller and that he called at 7:29 on March 12th, 2020, the day of the murder. But the cell towers, the numbers, there ain't no Isaac Funderburg call at 7:29. Lana, how could that be? I don't fucking know. There is a 7:35 call, and it ain't from Isaac Funderburg. But 7:29, they say that there was a call that came in by Isaac Funderburg, and he was the 911 caller, and also that Jennifer Drake called. But guess what, guys? There is no Isaac Funderburg 911 call that came through the cell towers. So what does that mean? No. It was made by a landline? No, they count landlines too. Landlines is just any landline. Motherfuckers didn't have no landlines. Crazy, huh? If you were a detective and you realized that you said you called 911 from your cell phone, and then you looked at the cell towers when you got the search warrant returns back, and you realized that motherfucker, it's not on here. Like, there is no prime rib on the Venmos, by the way. Don't you think that'd be a problem? Like, wouldn't law enforcement be like, wait a second, bring that little pencil pusher, bring him back in here. Okay, wait, you said you called 911. We have this 911 call, but like, it's not showing up that you called at 7:29. Well, Lana, what do you think? Why do you think that's like that? Because he called before 7 p.m. That's what I think. They only did the cell towers from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I personally believe that motherfucking Isaac Funderburg called between the 6 and 7, but they didn't preserve that. Well, Lana, why do you think that? Oh, because of the video surveillance that we found with all the cars at the glass shop right next to Dr. Drake's place. And it's a fucking like Indy 500 over there. And it's all at beginning at 6:47 to 6:52. And so if you made your phone call, let's say at 6:55, 6:52, it wouldn't be on the cell towers between 7 and 8, would it? Nope, sure wouldn't. Oh, let's see. Can I show this one? I got so much shit. Okay. Not so many people know this, but before Misha Davis was put away so that she could not spill the tea, I happened to talk to her. So I'm sure that Bonners Ferry and Boundary County are not happy, but she reached out to me and gave me a lot of shit, like pictures of stuff. She gave me a lot of shit. And one of those things, she said that she was getting like basically like death threats. And I said, what are you talking about? She's like, people are private messaging her like through Facebook and shit. And I was interested in that because she mentions the cartel. And I said, well, did you turn this over to the police? Like, they have to, like, this is 100% threats. Like, they have to investigate this shit. I mean, this is somebody saying that the next time you leave the senior center, you better check the bottom of your car for a bomb. Okay. So it's just wow, motherfuckers. So Brian Drake would always shut off his Life 360 app. You could turn it off so that you couldn't share locations. And when I was going through and investigating Brian Drake's case, I noticed that he was always shutting off his locations when he would be working in Bonners Ferry. Okay. But when he was working or when he was spending his time in Hayden, like Coeur d'Alene, he had his Life 360 on. But when he was in Bonners Ferry, because he would go there on Monday mornings, leave early in the morning, be there all day on Monday, spend the night, and then get up, leave, and go to Sandpoint, which is halfway between Bonners and Hayden, and then see patients there, and then, you know, drive home the rest of the way after he was done with patients in Sandpoint. Then he would wake up on Thursday mornings and drive back to Bonners Ferry, see patients all day, spend the night, wake up on Friday morning, and then head back and see some patients, sometimes in Sandpoint, or just drive all the way back to, you know, home, Hayden. And Jennifer Drake slips up again. And when she was talking to a woman by the name of Emma Fields, who is a massage therapist throughout the area, who basically would send Brian Drake clients, she talked to Emma within 12 hours of it happening, the murder happening. And then Emma was interviewed by law enforcement, and it was recorded. And during that interview, Emma Fields says that Jennifer Drake heard the shot, but Jennifer Drake told law enforcement that she didn't hear the window break or that she didn't hear the shots. But in Emma Fields' interview, Emma said that, yeah, Jennifer said that she heard the shot and heard Brian fall to the ground. Okay. Then she gives a huge, big giveaway when she says, yeah. And then Jennifer said that Brian said that he was finishing packing up and that he would see her in a few minutes. How would Brian Drake see her in a few minutes when Brian Drake spends the night on Thursday nights? How could local law enforcement not catch? How does the state police not catch any of this shit? You look at the phone records, and it was Jennifer Drake hunting down Emma Fields to try to talk to her. Emma Fields wasn't calling Jennifer Drake, and when she ever did, it was because she was calling her back. Okay. So you have somebody that's going around named Jennifer Drake spreading this narrative of that Brian Drake was shot through the window. Okay. Well, why didn't local law enforcement and the Idaho State Police save the window? Why the fuck wouldn't you save the window? You know, and can you think about the Karen Reed case? What if they were just gathered up all those pieces that were on the lawn and just threw them away and they didn't have them anymore? Okay. So where's the window? Oh, that didn't make it for evidence. Excuse me? Yeah, the window's not there. You mean they don't have the window in evidence right now, even if it's in how many pieces? Nope. You guys think that's wild? I think that's fucking wild. So here we have Jennifer Drake on a 911 call saying that her husband was shot through a window because he told her that on the phone. That's the only person that has ever said that Brian Drake was shot through the window, and it was right away, and she was on the phone with him, and then that's when she called 911, and she repeats this to 911. Okay? Well, how come in an investigation, your lead detectives that are, involved in this Idaho 4 case, what lead detectives would not listen to the 911 call? Wouldn't that be one of the first things that you do is listen to a 911 call? Well, not these detectives. The 911 call wasn't put into evidence and obtained until November of 2020. Brian Drake was murdered March 12th, 2020. No, you always, even if something's broken, you still would take the window, just like it's evidence. Wait, Lana, repeat that. Let me repeat that for you. So March 12th, 2020 is the murder of Brian Drake. Okay. There is no evidence of any of the Idaho State, because you have discovery. There is no discovery right now that exists showing that any detective, any law enforcement agent, period, ever listened to, went and obtained, and then listened to the 911 calls in this case until possibly they were put into evidence November. They just miraculously appear November 2nd, 2020. There is no chain of custody on these 911 calls. Lana, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is that there's no evidence that your lead detective listened to, obtained, and went and talked to anybody from the dispatch of any of the 3 different county dispatches that this call went through. There is no interview with any of them. There is no report with any of them saying I met with Tiffany at the Bonner County Dispatch to pick up the CD. Okay. Nobody from Kootenai County. Nobody from Boundary County. Poof. But we get these 911 calls. So I did a FOIA request because I didn't believe in this whole timeline. So I do a FOIA request, and I'd be right. Imagine that. I'd be right. But this is what's crazy. My FOIA request stated that I wanted I wanted all 911 calls made to Kootenai Dispatch on March 12th, 2020. And there's 48 911 calls that day. I have all 48 of them. I have the number that called out, the address where they responded, and they're in fucking order from, chronologically. Then I did a FOIA request and just put the name Jennifer Drake, and that I wanted any 911 call that broad made, that name made on that day. So I did 2 different FOIA requests because when the first one came back, I said, holy shit, there's no 911 call. Like I said, there wouldn't be, but there's no even remote, there's just, because on Jennifer Drake's Cellbrite, okay, there is no call through Cellbrite. There was nothing that was deleted. There was no call made to 911, period. All right. Then you listen to Jennifer Drake tell the police in her interview. She tells them I didn't call 911, or I did, but it's not showing up on my phone. And this is the only phone I have. I don't have a landline. This is the only phone I used. But I don't know why my 911 call is in here. And I said, okay, she used a different phone. She used like a burner or her friend's phone. Okay. So I did a couple other things to eliminate that. But the biggest thing that you have to eliminate it all is I want every 911 call that was placed on 3/12/2020. I have that right. We have that right. Okay. And it comes back. And not only did they tell me, because I was so adamant, they're like, what you are asking for, young lady, does not exist. It is not in our system. This never occurred. There is no call. There is no call from a different number. There is no call associated with a transfer. Everything that you're asking for, we're making it perfectly clear that it doesn't exist. So then who do you think we need to ask? Who do you think that we need to ask about this? What would be your next step? Because then I did this. Well, the next step would be to ask this motherfucking detective where the fuck he got this 911 call that doesn't exist. Like, Boundary County and Bonner County, so she says she calls from Hayden at her house. Well, when you call 911, it's going to the closest. It doesn't go to a Texas one. You know, you're getting sent, you're routed to that, wherever you're located is 911 dispatch. Then she says, oh my God, I need to send somebody out to this place, blah, blah, this is the address. She does her whole spiel. Oh, so it's out. Okay, let me go ahead and transfer you. Let me transfer you. I noticed in that transfer call, normally what happens is the person will wait on the line and say, hey, I have a transfer coming in from da-da-da. Okay, honey, go ahead and tell, that's not what the person in Kootenai County did. They didn't do anything. They didn't talk on their line, nothing. But here, there's this call. Next, the person in Bonner says, oh, it's in Bonner's Ferry. Well, that's Boundary County. Like, I have to transfer you up there, But the person in Bonner County, which is Sandpoint, she says, she questions when Jennifer Drake says that she was calling from Hayden and that she was 2 hours away. Because this person, Tiffany, looked at her shit, and once it came back that it was, oh wow, this wasn't just like a wild call, like somebody was actually shot, somebody was actually killed. And this Tiffany woman was adamant that something wasn't right, and whoever this person was that called, something's up. So this Tiffany woman, literally in real time on March 12th, 2020, picks up the phone and calls Kootenai after she calls Boundary County to say, hey, how was that call that I transferred? It was really weird. She was talking about that she was 2 hours away, and she's like, and she wasn't, because she was seeing where she was. Like, she could see it. She must have ran like a trap and trace. I don't know. She gets off the phone. She then calls Kootenai County. And she's like, hey, I want to talk to the person that transferred me that call back, however long ago it was. Oh, hold on. And then some woman there it picks up and starts talking to this Tiffany woman. And she's like, oh, yeah, I took that call. Oh, yeah. And then says the most craziest thing. Oh, yeah, I know that she says that I know she was where she said she was because I ran a trap trace, and that phone where she was calling from had been there for several hours. Like, that wasn't even asked yet, motherfucker. That wasn't even asked yet. And then it threw Tiffany all off because she was like, transfer call. Wait, what? You think that she's like, okay, send me the trap and trace, like pull it up. And then the woman was like, I can't find it. I can't find anything. I can't find it. I can't find it. And it was just, I have this all on record because I got the CAD notes in the radio, and so I have this all recorded, like in a CD. Here, play it, and you're going to hear what these women are talking about. Like, something's wrong. Well, come to find out, when I do this FOIA, there is no call that ever happened. And I said, how's that possible? How does a detective have a call that has no chain of custody on it, right? and that they're saying does not exist, and doubling down with that it doesn't exist, is that the Bonner County dispatch people couldn't get that woman. She couldn't find the call when they were talking. She couldn't find it. She's like, oh, do you remember, do you know what time about that was? Like they were trying to look, and she's just like, so don't you, this is like kind of like a big deal. I think this is like fucking majorly big deal. Because what detective doesn't listen to a 911 call? Like this should have all been handled within 3 days of the murder. You'd want to hear what the wife said on the phone. You want to hear that 911 call, wouldn't you? Well, there is no evidence whatsoever out there that exists that a detective could get on the stand and say that he went and obtained this CD so early on in the investigation that he actually listened to it. That doesn't exist as of right now. This is the Idaho State Police, and one of them was the training records that Ann Taylor asked for. Gary Tolson. You guys, this would go on to then be tried to put in at the preliminary hearing. Let me show you. Look at this. Let me bring in Hector here. Hector, what do you got for me? Oh, it's so good. All right. Jennifer Drake, come on down at the preliminary hearing, baby girl. There we go. Jennifer Drake, preliminary hearing. There we go. We love Hector. All right, guys. Look at this. This is from the preliminary hearing, okay? So this is how that they're trying to get in this 911 call. All right. This is during COVID, so they were live streaming. Your Honor, I think after speaking with Miss Bolton, this is like the prosecutor, the preferred method is to just go ahead and just call Jennifer Drake, have her give a short testimony that she's going to give, and then publish the 911 call. Court says, agreed, Miss Bolton? Yes, I have no objection to that. All right, then. If Investigator Van Leuven would please step down from the stand, basically, we'll take a short break in his testimony, and the state can then call Miss Drake out of order. Mr. Hall, do we have somebody retrieving her? But hold on. The reason this has to happen is because let me make this as big as possible. Let me take this out. Miss Bolton says the time she called, sure. So hold on. It's right before this. Okay. So Mr. Hall, that's the prosecutor down here, and he says, So just from presentation standpoint, we would like to interrupt the publication of these DVDs to have Jennifer Drake on the stand so I can go ahead and get the time reference in her statement and then publish first the 911 recording. And listen how crazy this is. Ready? Is that a matter that could be stipulated to, like, in light of all the documentation that we have? The time she called? Sure. Yeah, Judge. We don't have any objection to stipulating to the time. I know that Mrs. Drake called her husband, was on the phone with her at approximately the time. So I can't believe that she stipulated any of this shit. Okay, you don't want to stipulate to this. He described it in the call. She described it in the call that that's what he told her, was on the phone with her at approximately the time that he was shot. And that's on the 911 call. Mr. Hall, so we would ask still for the publication of the 911 call, but we can stipulate to the time. Sure, I don't know that we need to play it. I think the judge can listen to it at any time. That's what Moore's attorney is saying. And I'm like, wait, what? The fuck is going on here? How long is it of a call? It's not very long, Your Honor. Let's go ahead and do that. Have you got that marked as a state's exhibit? We have it, we put it on a CD, Your Honor. Excellent, says the court. We were advised, we understood by court we could put things on a thumb drive, so I apologize for the confusion. Oh, and what's the marking exhibit on it? It's 2. Oh, actually 3. Well, we've already got 2, don't we? So then listen to how fucking crazy this gets. So let's make sure the DVD is cooperating. We're still on the record, but we're not live streaming yet. Mr. Hall says, this is the prosecutor, Your Honor, I think after speaking with Ms. Bolton, the preferred method is to go ahead and just call Jennifer Drake, have her give a short testimony that she's going to give, and then publish the 911 call. You guys, I've never heard or seen in my entire life why. Have you guys, when you guys watch trials, the dispatch is the person that is testifying to handing over. Remember, like in the Karen Reed case, you had the IT guy up there because he was handing over the video surveillance that was handed to the police. Okay. So why isn't the dispatch woman being called to the stand and providing the paperwork, like AKA all this documentation where here's the phone call, here are the CAD notes with it. Like, why aren't we using any of that? That's normally used. Okay. Check this out. Okay. They go in and they get Jennifer Drake because they need to get this 911 call in. They need to get this 911 call because they need to talk about the time of this crime, because the time of the crime is really important thing in this proceeding, right? In any proceeding that's involved, any crime. What time did this motherfucking crime happen, you know? And we can't use phone records. We can't use a 911 call and like the record of that because it doesn't exist. Like, you guys understanding that they can't use things because they just don't exist. Exactly. How would the CD? It doesn't show the time. Wait, we're gonna get there. There. So, would you please state your name and spell your name? Jennifer Lynn Drake. Where do you live? Boom. Are you married? I'm widowed. Who were you married to? Brian Stephen Drake. What does he do for work? He was a chiropractor. Did he have an office? Did he have offices in Idaho? Yes. Where were those offices? He had one in Bonners Ferry. He had one in Sandpoint. He had one in Hayden. Actually. Did you have a phone conversation with him on March 12th, 2020? I did. Where was he at when you had this phone conversation? If you know, the reason he says if you know, because you would object to that. And I can't believe that she didn't. He was in his Bonner's Ferry office. How do you know that? How do you know when you were on the phone with him that that's truly where he was? You don't. You're speculating because Brian Drake lies to you, right? Also, Brian Drake's Life 360 app data was off. So you can't even say that, right? Okay, he was in his Bonner's Ferry office. About what time was that phone call? Well, I called him first at 6:42. He was finishing up with a patient and asked if he could call me back. So we hung up. He called me back at approximately 7:17. We talked for about 9 minutes. And how did that conversation end? Well, it was the first day that COVID was becoming an issue. We were joking about the realization of the fact that our kids' things, Miss Bolden, Your Honor, we're starting to get canceled. I'm going to object. This is non-responsive. Could you restate a question, Mr. Hall? I will. And then says, okay. She just kept talking. Okay. What was that telephone communication with him terminated at any point? Yes. Can you tell me what was said during the time, or at least at the time near the end? Your Honor, I'm going to object for here. It does. It calls for hearsay. Overruled because it does, if you want to do the utterance of, blah, blah, blah. But thank God this got overruled because this is now on the motherfucking record. Near the end of our conversation, we were just finishing up to say goodbye, and he yelled very loudly, an agonizing yell, and he yelled, "Ah!" I said, "What?" I said, "What's wrong?" He yelled again. He said, "I think I've been hit. I think something hit me." And I said, "What do you mean by that?" And he was stuffed. For a second, he said, "I think someone just shot me through the window." Fuck yes, this is where God works in mysterious ways. On the record. I think someone just shot me through the window. That's when I realized my next question was, where did it hit you? Did he respond to that? He said, "I think it hit me in the side." The phone conversation went black. I yelled for him. And it was that moment that I thought I either need to terminate this phone call and I need to call 911. And that's what I did. You know what an either is, though? An either is either or. That's why this is circled. How is this an either or an or? I either need to do this or do what? But she doesn't give an either or an or. She just says, I thought I either need to terminate this phone call and I need to call 911. And that's what I did. Question. When you called 911, did you, which county were you dispatched to or directed to in that 911 call? It went straight to Coeur d'Alene or Hayden, the Kootenai County. Then they transferred me to Bonners County, who then transferred me to Boundary County. See that? And did your husband return? No, I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. And thank God you wrote that as well. See why it's circled? It's because she called when she was on the phone with police. So how could her phone call him while she was allegedly using that phone during her 911 call? And how many kids do you have? What? Jill Bolton's going to, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevancy we talked about. Sustained. Authenticate the 911 call. Sustained. I don't think anything further than Your Honor. Watch this. Cross-examination. I don't usually offer to give the prosecutor more time, but I didn't hear a time in the testimony. Did I miss something? Tevis Hall, the prosecutor says. She said the conversation started at 6:42 or 42. Miss Bolden says, lasted 9 minutes. Okay. Mr. Hall, no. And then she had to call back, and Miss Bolden says, okay, I'll ask. Called back at 7:17. Okay. Now, cross-examination by Jill Bolton. So, first of all, good morning, Mrs. Drake. Morning. Good morning, and just so you know, the record is being established, and you need to speak clearly into the microphone if you could, so we can all hear you and it be recorded properly, okay? Yes. So, I just wanted to clarify a couple things. You said you were on the phone with your husband and you called at about 6:42 p.m. Is that right? Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, it is. And when you called, how was it that it was at 6:42 p.m.? You guys ready for this? I was like, dude, she's got it. Like this, we're golden when I was reading this. How did you know there was 6:42? Oh, because I have a record on my phone of exactly when was called. So your phone recorded the outgoing call to your husband, you said, at 6:42, and he couldn't talk to you at the moment, right? Right. And that was because he had some patients there? Yes. Okay. And then he called you back, you said, at 7:17 p.m.? Yes, ma'am. All right. And you know that again because it was recorded on your cell phone what time he called you back, right? Yes. And when you spoke to him on the phone, you told us several things he said. That he said, I think I've been hit. I think something hit me. I think somebody shot me through the window. Is that correct? Yes. Did he tell you who it was? No. Did he give any idea who it was that shot him from that call? No, I thought she was asking the right questions too until this part. He said, or he only said the words that I just repeated. Okay. Your Honor, I think for the purposes of just the authentication of that 911 tape, which she was called for, we have no further questions today. Excuse me? Excuse me? All you need to say right there is, the next question is okay, and what time did you call 911? That's the next question. What time did you call 911? I don't know. Why not? Because it's not in my phone. But this is during a preliminary hearing, guys, when they didn't have everything. But I can promise you this, they did have that. And they did have the Cellbrite. And so you'd be asking Van Leuven, same thing. Well, you did the Cellbrite. But did she give a time when the 911 call was placed? She still didn't give a time. So when she says, like, I'm going to ask, she didn't ask. And so then one has to ask yourselves, Miss Bolton can't be this fucking stupid. Nobody asked her what time. Do you see any question that says, what time did you call 911? And because she's nailing it with, she's saying, you know this because of what? Because it's on your phone, right? Yes. But then you get to the 911 call that you said you placed, and that's not on your phone though. Why wouldn't you get in a preliminary hearing on the record that being said? Only way I can think is if you want to make more money, because if this gets tossed right then and there, there's no more work to be done. I don't know. Now this is where it gets wild. Your Honor, I think for the purposes of just the authentication of that 911 tape, which she was called for, she didn't authenticate a 911 call even though. The court says, okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Any further questions? He says, no. All right, then, Ms. Drake, you can step down and you're certainly free to remain. Thank you. And then he says, okay, into this 911 call. Thank you, Your Honor. We would move for the publication of State's Exhibit 2. I will note that the copy of the disc that was given to the clerk was inserted into the computer for publication and it didn't read. You guys aren't even going to believe this. Okay, ready? Look at what they try to pull here. Ready? It didn't read. I don't know if there's a defect in the disc or not, but I would ask that just for the record for clarification, that the one that did not read be marked as defendant's exhibit, or excuse me, State's Exhibit number 2, which it has been, and that the one that is ready currently, that it be marked as State's Exhibit number 2A. The court says, why would we keep in the record a disc that does not play? Because it's already been marked, Your Honor. We just, why don't we remark one that does play? Would there be any problem with that, Ms. Bolton? No, Your Honor. Let's remark the one that works. How's that? Ready? That's fine. If we could mark it afterwards, it may be that by putting the sticker on it, that it may have caused something in the computer. So if we could publish and then mark it. Court says, we could even mark it with a Sharpie. Might be the way to do it. Mr. Hall says, this is the prosecutor. Yes, Your Honor. Court says, Judge, why don't we do that? We'll mark it as Exhibit 2 by Sharpie rather than by a sticker. Thank you. Do you want to do that now or after it plays, Your Honor? Well, if we got it in there and it's all set up, let's not mess with it. Like, if it's working, we'll have the clerk mark it after it's played. How's that? Thank you, Your Honor. And do we need to do anything from a miking standpoint? Thank you. Court says, now, why do you think, remember now, they're introducing a 911 call that has no timestamp, okay, and no chain of custody. They are playing a 911 call. They're about to try to play a 911 call that has no timestamp, no chain of custody, in a preliminary hearing here. And the defense is perfectly fine with this. Okay. Video plays. Ms. Bolton says, Your Honor, objection. This is not the video. This is not the audio. Okay. We object and ask that it be stopped immediately. Miss whoever this is, we're trying to, just a second, court says, Mr. Hall, what just happened? Mr. Hall says, we're trying to figure that out, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Hartman, who works with the defense, Your Honor, if it's the same file you sent us, or if it's the same file you sent us, I believe Mrs. Drake's call comes in about several minutes into the 6-minute clip. What 6-minute clip is this? I think that Dr. Moore would love to know what 6-minute clip that this was sent over, where this can be found. 6-minute clip, but Your Honor, if it's the same file you sent us, I believe Mrs. Drake's call comes in about several minutes into the 6-minute clip. What the fuck? Just so you know, this has never surfaced, like whatever the 6 minutes is. All right. Then, okay. So then Tevis Hall says, so we're going to have to break out that how many minutes before we get to the relevant part? We provided that to them on 9:25. That's not true. That's a lie. That's 100% a lie. Would love to know where that exists. Would love to know where that exists. You guys, there is nothing in evidence. There's no report on 9:25 of or before 9:25 of any 911 call that's in discovery of being, like, we're talking about the chain of custody here. So you would want to look through your files here and see that where is this supplemental report that says when we went and obtained this 911 call? And it's just not there. Mr. Hall says, no, I understand that. Okay. We're talking about Jennifer Drake's. Do you have an objection? Let's go ahead and that irrelevant, whatever that was, that just came in as stricken. I understand. Court says it's not relevant. Let's take a 5-minute recess and hopefully cue this up to the point where it's the relevant portion of the recording. We'll go off the record. We're back on the record. Mr. Hall, are we ready to play? We're not. We're not. And so we're going to move on to keep things moving with the videos. Do you guys understand that they never played this 911 call? But remember, Joe Bolton stipulated to it for it being in there. Okay. But at the end, so here he says, at the end, when they talk about putting in this evidence, where is it? So they did this closing part, but hold on. I'm going to do it a little bit later, but just want you guys to understand that the defense didn't call any witnesses during the preliminary hearing. All right. The defense was not prepared for the preliminary hearing. That's clear as day to me. But this judge makes a very interesting, I'm just going to show it now. Fuck it. Fuck it all. Because I'm hot over it. Here. All right. Everybody wants to talk about this gun that would have killed Brian Drake. Okay. So at the end of the preliminary hearing, Mr. Hall, Tavis Hall says he's answering the question and she doesn't like the answer, so she wants him to stop. Ms. Bold says, well, he's gone beyond the answer. I've let him go on. Court says, I disagree. You really are going into what sounds more like a discovery expedition than presenting. Sure, Mrs. Bold. Court says evidence to the court. So when you throw that discovery net open, you don't always like what ends up on the deck. Sure. If we're going to use fishing analogies, so I'm going to let the witness finish the answer, and I guess, okay, then you can decide whether you want to follow up any further. Please proceed. So a detective in my office came to me and said she had been reviewing some footage. Now, when she said she, just so you know who that would be, this is Leslie. That she had been reviewing some footage from the Liberty gas station across the street from Dr. Moore's office and had observed Dr. Moore's pickup truck driving and parking at the office during the time period immediately before the shooting. Okay. This is why this is important about this whole time of the crime. This is why this was so important at the beginning to state what time this crime allegedly occurred was solely put on the words of Jennifer Drake. Okay. And that's what they went with because there's nothing to corroborate it besides Jennifer Drake just saying that and then calls then allegedly going in, but they're just wild. And here, that's why you want to get people to stipulate to things and you don't want to be doing that. That's just wild to me. Yeah, they have to prove all this shit. So this is on the stand. So I knew that there was a problem. There was a between what I had been told by Coroner Millette and what we were seeing on a videotape. So at that point, we then began linking all the different cameras we had in the area, showing the movements of that white pickup truck. Okay. Let's go back and listen to that just one more time. Okay. So a detective in my office came to me and said she had been reviewing some footage from the Liberty gas station across the street from Dr. Moore's office and had observed Dr. Moore's pickup truck driving and parking at the office during the time period immediately before the shooting. Do you guys know how many cars were driving around that area immediately before the shooting or immediately during the shooting or afterwards? Or wait, when was the shooting? Okay. So she was reviewing this. And how did she know that it was Dr. Moore's truck? All right. So because then the coroner said, oh, well, Dan Moore was at his house the whole time. And so he left at whatever time, like he didn't leave. So was there ever a chance that you thought maybe the time of the crime wasn't the time of the crime? Right? Because according to Millette, who's the coroner, he was also given a polygraph and he passed it flying colors. And he has stated that Moore didn't leave until after the scanner came on, talking about the crime, right? So, well, isn't it interesting that Leslie Lehman would be reviewing this mobile gas station camera footage only to come to find out that 30 seconds of it somehow just disappeared? The end of the 30 seconds, which would have shown who would have possibly gotten in and out of Dr. Moore's truck that was parked at his office. So let's just get into that. Let's go into that. How you made the link. I think, as Chief Ryan said, a Toyota Tundra is not a unique vehicle in Boundary County, correct? I would submit that his vehicle is unique for several reasons. Okay, let's hear them. Well, can I refer to my affidavit? He can't remember them. I actually describe, or in my report, I describe all the things that were specific about his vehicle. And she talks about the wrong thing right there. You wouldn't want to talk about this. You want to talk about the time, not the fucking truck, the time of it. So not prepared. Just so fucking not prepared for this. Shame. Shame, shame, shame. I just feel like every penny that the Moores have spent needs to, this is crazy. This is a definition of ineffective assistance of counsel, like the definition. Well, for one thing, he had a darker tint in the back portion than the front portion of his truck. The vehicle in question had both headlights on and daytime running lights or fog lights that were on down below. He had large or oversized tires with black wheels. There was a black running board. He had a wildlife plate. I want to say a fish plate was a unique plate that can be seen in one of the videos. The vehicle, in looking at the vehicle, I had seen the vehicle before parked at his office. And then in surveillance since then, in observing him driving the vehicle, looking at the same videotape that we see of the night in question. Okay, I think we've gotten beyond the unique characteristics. Oh, I'm sorry. So I want to just ask, would you like, next question if I can? Refer to your report to refresh your recollection as to any additional. Sure, I covered it pretty well. The only thing I missed was it also had a black grille. And so you're suggesting this is some kind of unique manufacturer. I'm suggesting that all of those characteristics put together, along with the fact that he described his movement of coming from his house and going to the coroner's house, and we can see that vehicle driving that route at the time he said he was driving that, and the license plate, and we were working on an enhancement that we believe we have a reasonable opportunity of actually getting all of the license plate numbers visible on one of the shots. I'm asking about the time you submitted the affidavit. Okay. At the time that you submitted the affidavit. Oh yeah. So no. So what was you described that was unique? Yeah. So we're talking about the time of the affidavit when you did all this. Okay, and all of those videos that you linked together to suggest where he was, did they show his license plate? No, ma'am, some of them are. And in all of those videos that you linked together, did they show at any point Dr. Moore driving? Did they show Dr. Moore driving? Finally, worth a damn question. There's a couple of videos where you see a figure inside the truck whose appearance is, that's not true at all. That is, I cannot believe that fucking you said that on the mic. But I would not say that anyone could definitely identify for certain that was Dr. Moore driving. Okay, so what you've put together with his surveillance video as well, when you went in to retrieve the surveillance video, you discovered that several of the videos were off. The timing wasn't right. That's right. Right. Some were off by as many as 3 hours from what the time was. That's my recollection. Some were off by 1 hour. 1 hour. Some were off by minutes, right? One was Dr. Guyman's office, which was odd. It was off by like 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Do you guys know that's the same amount of time of the call between Jennifer and Brian Drake? Right. You don't see the back out part of it. Okay, so you said that you saw his car and you can kind of define it with these surveillance videos, but is it your theory based on your investigation that it was a drive-by shooting through Dr. Moore's window? No, ma'am. I'm sorry, Dr. Drake's window. No, ma'am. You think that somebody went in person on foot, right? In fact, as you know, after he parks at the office, you can see a figure on foot walking from left to right a minute and a half before the homicide. Oh, so somebody that would have borrowed his truck, right? And returned it, then they had to get out of the vehicle and go walk to where they were heading back to. So, because why wouldn't, if Dr. Moore was returning to Mick Millet's house, why wouldn't he just drive down there? It's like right down on the left. How fucking stupid. In fact, you know this, blah, blah, blah. Then you see a figure walking and then running from left to right a minute and a half after the homicide. No, you do not. That's not there. That's not there. And running back to the same location as described by eyewitness Funderburg. Exactly. It was almost like Funderburg picked up that person that was walking or running, as you call it. That's almost what it looks like, because that person disappears and then, oops, there's Isaac Funderburg's car. Is it possible that person got in Isaac Funderburg's car? Absolutely, that's possible, because that person is no longer on foot. He slips up there. And when you tracked that, you noticed that this is the question, when the figure ran back because of that 30-second discrepancy, they would have had to, you kind of had a timestamp for when they kind of ran back or were starting to run back. Then you had that 30-second discrepancy in there, right? He says, no, ma'am, that's a lie. Where was the 30-second discrepancy? The 30-second discrepancy is after the taillights on the truck unlock. That's which time? Because the lights come on more than once. Okay. And so actually, if he's talking about the first time, he's lying. If he's talking about the second time, the click of the lights. Because the reason the 30 seconds is missing, guys, I'll break it down. I'll just be honest with you. The 30 seconds is missing because Dr. Moore is walking from Mick Millet's house up to get the fucking truck. That would kind of blow up your story, wouldn't it? If you see, oh, wait, I thought Dr. Moore just ran that way. No, that's the person that borrowed the motherfucking truck. You had to take the last 30 seconds out because you see Dr. Moore coming and walking up the street from Mick Millet's to get that motherfucking truck. And that's why you see him and he uses his key fob to see if the truck was there. And when he clicks it, he sees the truck is there. And so he walks up and then gets it. The lights shut off a time before that, which is when that guy gets out of the vehicle, leaves the key on the front tire, because you have multiple key fobs. He had just gotten that truck, and he locked it, and you could see the difference of somebody locking it to unlocking it, what it does. It's a 1-banger or it's a 2-banger, depending on if you're locking or unlocking. Okay. And these 30 seconds are missing because it would blow up that, it's like, here, I will use my best ability to draw this. This is Mick's house. It's at the end of the street. This is Moore's office. So there's just a couple of houses here like this. And then there's and so there's a doctor's office here, Dr. Guyman's, and he has a camera. And over here is Drake. And right across from that is Isaac's place. And this is that main street, which is 95. Okay. And this is the hillside. There's El Paso that runs like this to go back to the alley. And then you can go like this. And this is hillside. And so you can there's a park, you can like enter them this way or like that to Moore's. And this is just like a hillside alley, little mini street. And then literally 2 or 3 houses down, all the way at the end is Mick's on the left. Okay. And so it would be really bad that you said you saw a figure running. They park the truck here. They get out and you said that you see a figure over here. Moore is seen on Guyman's. This is the 30 seconds that's missing as well. Here's the mobile gas station on 95. And when Moore's walking up to get his truck, it cuts this 30 seconds. So you can't, if you were to see Moore walking to grab his truck, and they waited so long, okay, to talk to Moore. Also, the first time that they talked to him on March 24th, they miraculously didn't record it. So they talked to Dr. Moore. The murder was on March 12th. They talked to Dr. Moore the first time on March 24th. They don't record the conversation. Then they talked to him again May 19th. And then they don't ever talk to him again. And then they just arrest him on August 27th. But the 30 seconds, you would see him walking from this way to grab the truck, because then the truck comes right back down to Mick's, and because he grabbed Imodium. And but that's the 30 seconds that's missing. And it's Leslie, who is trying to make moves with that damn shit. The 30 seconds discrepancy is after, it depends. Okay, you miss him backing out. Okay. Exactly. You miss him backing out. But guess what else you miss? You miss him walking up from Mick's. That's why the 30 seconds is missing. But you see the tail lights going back towards Millette's residence. Okay, and so let me ask you this. Did you identify definitively who that person was that was running? You can't possibly do that. You just see, a human figure? Okay. Did you identify definitively who was getting into that truck? No, ma'am. Did you identify definitively whose truck that was? I am not sure. I'm not sure what definitive means. Okay, Mr. Based on the Ryan had the same issue. based on the totality of the circumstances, I think that the only reasonable conclusion that a reasonable person could come to is that Dr. Moore's truck, but you didn't see him get in the truck. No, you can't on the video, right? He's said, and he's the only one that drives the truck. Let me tell you how that works. He's the only one that drives the truck. Yeah, he is the only one that drives the truck, right? If you asked me, Lana, do you loan your car out? No, I don't loan my car out. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, loan my car out. So you don't ever give, you never ever loan your car out. No. Well, Lana, you told me that you never loan your car out, but when so-and-so's here in town and they don't have a car, you then just said how they'll take your car and run up to the store and grab, cigarettes or whatever it is that they're grabbing. Well, yeah, but I wouldn't say that I loaned my car out, but absolutely. I mean, to go run up to the store because if a friend's in town and they don't have their car with them, yes, that's happened. But I would never say that I loaned my car out. So I could see where I would say, no, I don't loan my car out. And then you try to pin me down on that and say that. And it's like, wait a second. No, I'm thinking like extended periods of time here, loaning my car out. A friend that's in town or needs, hey, here, I'm not going to go run up to here. Just take my car, go up to the store. I'm doing something, especially if I was working, whatever the situation may be. If I don't feel good and I can't go and help you. So there you have and that's kind of what they did. But they waited. They waited so long to then try to ask somebody to remember, this is all just bullshit. So, then you got to just outwork the cheaters. I think the only reasonable conclusion that a reasonable person would come to is that Dr. Moore's truck. I got something that's reasonable for you. Well, guess what? I don't think that video means a damn thing if Brian Drake was killed at 6:50 p.m. Do you? What is a video of a vehicle having anything to do at 7:14 to 7:18? What the fuck does that matter if somebody was killed at 6:50? So your time of the crime is very, very important in this case because you're trying to then, and this is why I believe that Dr. Moore was framed, is because regardless of what that truck did between the times and who was in it at 6:14 to 6:19, if Brian Drake was killed at 6:50, why is Brian Drake's work phone never opened up again after 6:53? Somebody texted Brian while he was sitting at his desk on his work phone, and the cell break comes back, and that text message was never opened. That's sitting right there on the desk next to his hand. Why is there no 911 call that shows anybody calling 911 and any phone being used by Isaac Funderburg during the 7 to 8 p.m. time frame? He's the only one that drives the truck. And you don't have an identification of the license plate making the truck, right? The truck is where he says it should. At the time he says it should be there. The truck is where he says it should. At the time he says it should be there. Okay. And at least a portion of the license plate is visible that makes it more unique in the fact it's a wildlife plate. And you don't have any footage of him getting into the truck, do you? Another worthwhile question right there. Thank God, because you got yourself into this heaping hot mess, Jill. They weren't even going to be talking about any of this. No. And you don't know if there's passengers. You don't really have any details of who's involved in that truck, right? He just based on his own statements that he drove alone. Okay, all right. And I just want to clarify with you, and maybe Marty Ryan does know as much as you do, but you know that there was a dive in the river for the murder weapon based on the statements in the interrogation, right? Yes. And that dive did not uncover any murder weapon, right? Not yet. And that dive didn't uncover any ammo, like he said he threw into the river. No. And you don't have a murder weapon. I think we may, but I don't know yet. Okay, tell me what you mean by that. There was a silver colored .357 revolver with a black rubber handle recovered from his residence pursuant to a search warrant. This motherfucker knew when he said this that this wasn't the gun. You were sick, Van Leuven. This gun was tested. It's not the gun. It was in a case. It's his son's gun that he was given by a police officer. It's in a freaking like framed box, like glass and shit. The bullet that was recovered from Dr. Drake is in very good shape, and I've been advised that can be matched if we find the murder weapon. That weapon that was recovered from Dr. Moore's house is consistent with the caliber that was used to shoot Dr. Drake. And now you a damn liar again, because let's talk about that. You got 2 reports back, one from Washington State and one from Idaho State Lab. A 9mm you are not talking about. And 100%, the lab came back and said that you cannot leave out a 9mm. A 9mm can be one of 3 guns that could have fired that bullet. But you know why you're leaving out a 9mm? Because that's what you cops are carrying over there. That's why you're leaving that out. There is this, you can't find that being said anywhere, that that's the only make and model. That's not even true. That's false. You were just testifying like this testimony here is just going to be awesome for this trial down the road, because they are roped into this shit that they've said. As soon as I get it back, I will be taking it to the lab for ballistic testing. Good, go. How'd that come out? Wait, that gun has been sent for DNA and fingerprinting. The gun. How'd that come back? Where's that gun at today? Where's that gun at? It ain't the murder weapon. They did 4 fucking dives in that water. 4 dives. Ain't no bullets down there. Ain't no gun down there. Okay? Nobody got shot through any fucking window. We have that 100% scientific certainty is going to show and prove that. So if Drake wasn't shot through the window, that means Drake knows who killed him, right? But my question is, how does Jennifer Drake know that a window was used in the staging of a crime for her husband, for the murder of her husband, if she wasn't involved on some motherfucking level, or if she didn't know how it was going to be staged? Because remember, it all comes back to motive. It all comes back to making a motive. And that's what they manufactured, a motive, and saying that Dr. Drake was taking patients away from Dr. Moore. Dr. Drake couldn't sniff Dr. Moore financially if he had an extra 700 days a year to work. Okay. Your little motive that you think exists out there, it is actually laughable. Okay. Because no, people were not leaving Dr. Moore's practice to go and see Dr. Drake. That is false. That is not even remotely true. You can't even make that argument. Dr. Drake was claiming that he made 40 fucking grand a year. 40 grand a year. He's got 4 kids, a wife who spends and buys on the internet all day long. That's all she does. She buys more stuff on Craigslist than I think the viewership combined per month. She buys mattresses on Craigslist, okay? That's whack for someone that's so successful with her husband's practice. You don't need to be buying mattresses on Craigslist. So if Dr. Drake wasn't killed by Dr. Moore and for their made up reason, which guess who put that out to the world? Jennifer Drake. Then they were doing what? They were not just covering up who killed Dr. Drake. They're covering up why he was killed, which is why the cops would be involved. Because why not just nail the woman who got greedy, killed her husband because he's a cheating bastard and she wanted the $1 million life insurance money? Like, why would the Idaho State Police, not going to be involved in covering for somebody like that and going and blaming a doctor who's so well known in that area and who's like, helps people, has family there. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. $48K doesn't seem like much for a job. Yeah. Well, that's because you got to go with what you put on paper. And so that's going to bite them in the ass too. They were stealing from the government. They were, like I said, I cannot believe that Jennifer Drake went forward with a wrongful death suit. The stupidest thing she ever fucking done. It's going to eat the people in the Karen Reed case up too. When you do that, all your skeletons are going to come out of that closet. But none of this would be known about had Jennifer Drake never filed a wrongful death suit on the Moores. She should, but again, let's go back to this window. So we have the window and he wasn't shot through it. Then to double down on how amazing scientifically this is going to be, when you have one of the world's best doing the crime scene reenactment, and he's going to point out, as well as the medical examiner pointed out, that Dr. Drake's back, his shirt was covered in particles that would be consistent with soil, vegetation, leaves, like grass, like dirt, like that. Well, look at the crime scene of the floor in his office. It's perfectly vacuumed. It's clean. Why would Dr. Drake's back have dirt, like particles and leaves scrunched up, like, and it's written in the report, in the autopsy report. Like, nobody wants to talk about the fact that Dr. Drake was just rolling around back in the grassy area outside his office on a bum leg that he can't even walk on, and it's on some roller. Also, the trajectory. So that's your poo-poo, number 2. Then the trajectory of the way that this bullet entered Dr. Drake. It is not consistent with being bent over in front of your window at your desk, because it's not at a downward angle. It's at an upward angle. And what does this man testify to, this detective, in this preliminary hearing? That is an upward angle. And then Joe Bolton says, did you not read the autopsy? Did you talk to the medical examiner after you guys came to the conclusion that it was an upward angle, when she's saying that trajectory, or vice versa? And it was the way that she can prove that is based on the travel of the bullet between 2 ribs. Like, are you guys insane right now? You guys, they didn't plan to win any preliminary hearing with this. And it just royally is so sad to see that that the prosecution was allowed to hang on to this discovery until 1 week before the preliminary hearing was set. So the lawyer only had 1 week to go through all of this shit. 1 week. And all the prosecution was going to be putting on were 2 people. Detective Van Leuven and Jennifer Drake. What? Preliminary hearing for murder. Detective Van Leuven and Jennifer Drake. It was Jill Bolton that called Marty Ryan to the stand, who was there, and didn't call anybody else. I just can't. It makes this shit makes me sick. It's all about money. But how do you go? Why wouldn't Jill Bolton call the medical examiner to the stand to talk about the fact that it completely clashes with the fuck the police are saying? Like, nothing that they've put out here in this case matches what the medical examiner found in the body of Dr. Drake. And then this, then the table that he performs these, I don't know, massages or chiropractic work on, it was over on top of his legs. How did the pop-up table end up on top of his legs? This is going to trial January of 2025 for this huge civil showdown. Jennifer Drake sued the Moores for wrongful death, even though this case finally got tossed back in 2022 because they violated Dr. Moore's rights, the Miranda rights, because he asked for a lawyer like 8 or 9 times. They didn't give him one. And then he finally just said, yep, sure, I did it. Repeated what these guys basically said happened. And never been in trouble in his life. 63-year-old chiropractor. He's over here like, this is all going to get cleared up when I get my lawyer, and this is all going to get cleared up because I didn't fucking kill anybody, and this is crazy. Okay? And I didn't do this. I didn't do it, so there's got to be a way that this is all going to get cleared up. Not to mention the fact that he asked for a lawyer 8 or 9 times, right? Not to mention the fact that when he went to the bathroom, Marty Ryan went in there and basically threatened to put this on his son. And saying that the gun in his home that they just did a search warrant on, that's going to come back. And that's the same gun that Van Leuven then testified to, saying that we think that we may have found the murder weapon. Yeah. How's that working out for you, Van Leuven? Where's that murder weapon now? Idaho State Police don't even have that weapon anymore. You know why? Because they had to give it back. Fucking idiots. Now, let's talk about the wife. Let's talk about the wife. Who's ever not questioned the wife when their husband is murdered and they make $1 million in a life insurance policy 3 weeks after the murder? She gets paid. Unreal. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Ms. Bolton, if I could just have a brief moment. Okay, certainly. Okay, so Judge, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Hall, any questions? You may step down. Okay. So then they go ahead and they do, Mr. Hall, will the state be calling any rebuttal witnesses? No, Your Honor. All right, then. Is the state prepared to give an argument? We would reserve for rebuttal, Your Honor, Okay, Ms. Bolton, does the defense wish to give argument? Your Honor, what we have here is a very suggested interview. The court has allowed into evidence, and there is no corroboration that has been supplied with any certainty that would establish that even the standard in this case, which is probable cause to say that Dr. Moore actually shot Dr. Drake. There simply is not enough evidence here. Well, obviously revisit the issue of the confession because he allowed the confession to be used at the probable cause hearing, which is for the preliminary hearing. But this was their argument. And I like to know all about stuff like this as then you look at other cases. If the court binds over, but with the evidence that's been submitted, you had the chance to listen to that entire presentation of his statement and how it was produced and how it was suggested by Marty Ryan. Marty Ryan basically hand-fed him everything to say on how this killing happened. And there was no independent corroboration of any of that. Now, I know that in Idaho, a confession alone is enough, but it's really, really slim under these circumstances. And there has been no production of evidence to substantiate their case. So my question is why wouldn't Jill Bolton call the medical examiner to talk about the autopsy and to talk about the condition of Drake's clothing? Why wouldn't you talk about the crime scene in the terms of the office? Why wouldn't you talk about the window? Why wouldn't you do the right things for this preliminary hearing to have all these people lined up and set up? Why wouldn't you say, well, we just got the discovery a week ago. We've had nothing. Unreal. We think that there is insufficient probable cause to bind this over to the district court as to the identity of a murderer in this case. Well, let's see what the prosecution wants to say about their case, what they presented, what they think that they presented. Your Honor, there is corroboration by the defendant's statements as that his truck, he admits that he parked at his office. He admitted that he went down the alley. He admitted that he took a shit. He admitted that he walked to the location, that he had the gun in his right pocket, and then shot through the window. This is what Dan Moore admitted to, shooting through the window. You guys, the window wasn't shot out from the outside. Do you know what a false confession is? It's when the evidence does not even match. It's just. And I heard there's a banging false confession expert in this case, in the Moore's case, who one of their witnesses are. I heard it's one of the top. They're not from Idaho. After he took a shit, he had to admit that he took that shit. He then shot through the window. He had a total disregard for the life that was on the other side of that window. There is substantial confirmation and cooperation in this case. And while the defendant may not like the court's consideration of the confession, the court did allow it. And that in and of itself corroborates the rest of the investigation. That's what corroborates the rest of the investigation. No, that's not what corroborates the rest of the investigation. That was done by law enforcement that was presented today. But see, that's the thing, is that it'd be one thing if somebody confessed to it and then you actually did work to corroborate the confession, but that's not what happened in this case. They did all this work, okay, and then got a man to confess to something that didn't even fucking happen. That's not how the guy died. The guy was not shot through any window, y'all. Okay? This man was not shot through any window. He was drinking before he was shot. He was drinking and having drinks with people. Okay? He was hanging out with people in that back, picnic table that was back there. All right? They were tossing back drinks. The man had enough alcohol in his system that he 0.08, legally drunk, right? There is no explanation of any of that. And instead, they're just saying that Brian Drake was drinking throughout the day while working with his patients. He was just chugging vodka out of water bottles. They didn't even take the vodka, allegedly water bottles that they said had vodka in them. They never even took those into evidence to test those. Every single patient that was asked the question, well, when Dr. Drake was performing on you, did you smell alcohol on him? No, I've never smelled alcohol on him. The court did allow it, and then court. Okay, all right then. Court counsel. Okay, the court does find after reviewing all the evidence, like right there. This is the judge. He doesn't say, "Give me a minute to go back into my chambers." All right then, counsel. Thank you too. The court does find after reviewing all the evidence, which does include the confession, along with the testimony regarding the ISP video loops that have been put together, which appear to show that Dr. Moore was in his truck circling the scene of the crime right at the time it happened, and then left and went back to Mr. Millett's, which is where the defendant said he was at that date and time, to provide further corroboration to the confession that the state has met its burden of proving that it's more likely than not that Mr. Moore, on or about March 12th, on or about March 12th, what was the rest of it? Doesn't give a time. Doesn't give a time. God knows when he was killed. Unlawfully, deliberately, and with malice aforethought. Yep. But without premeditation. As alleged in the amended complaint, I am therefore entering a bind over requiring the defendant to appear for arraignment. We have a couple dates here to choose from. There you go. And then this is what ends up happening. What ends up happening is that it gets tossed because they don't have any other evidence than the confession that they wanted to put forward once it was tossed. So it gets tossed because when it went over to district, they obviously talked about the Miranda violation, and the Miranda violation was upheld by Buchanan. So the confession's thrown out, can never be used. And then the state says, we don't have any evidence that we're going to put forward. There's nothing. That's what we arrested him off of, his confession. And it's like, wait a second. If you actually read the preliminary hearing, there was a lot more that went into that. It was the ISP video loops, right? But they didn't want to put that forward. They didn't want to say, well, we're not just going to go off of the confession. We also have X, Y, and Z, you know? No. They said, nope, that's all we have is a confession. And so then she's like, then it's tossed. You have no evidence against him. And so then it gets tossed. And it's tossed without prejudice, which means it can come back at any time. Before it gets tossed, though, on November 9th of 2020, just mere, I don't know, month after the preliminary hearing, Jennifer Drake files for wrongful death in November 2020. And then it was stayed. It was stayed because of the criminal case. And then when they then tossed the criminal case, then a year went by. They wanted to move forward on the civil case, and Moore's attorneys, Jesus Christ, Jill Bolton doesn't object to it moving forward. And she says that there is no objection. In fact, let's go because we're suing you too. What? Why? This was supposed to be stayed until there was a conclusion in the criminal case. A dismissal without prejudice is not a conclusion. They could bring back those charges at any point in time. There is no statute of limitations on that. But you know why? Because I believe that Jill Bolton wanted to make some money. And that she did. I don't even want to know how much money Jill Bolton made. because Joe Bolton doesn't make any money if this has stayed, right? And so all you got out of the deal would have been whatever you got to represent more from the time of him hiring you for 6 months. And I'm sure it was probably a flat fee. Usually they are in murder cases. Or like a retainer, flat fee. So now let's move on to talk about something else. And I will be ending this in 20 minutes. A lot of craziness going on, though. Who should we call? There's somebody that I want to call. Let's see. Or let's check out a badass body cam. We could talk about Delphi. Delphi's on fire too over there. The Delphi judge is flat out insane. Boom. Truth and transparency. Why did Ray say he thinks they have the right guy in Delphi? I don't know. I remember I heard Carrie walking him back on that, though. So. I want you guys to see this for yourselves. Okay. Yeah, I remember Carrie walking him back on that, so. Yes, that's his opinion. That's also true. Yeah. She did, and he admitted he didn't know the whole case, but still it shook me that he said that. Oh, so here. This is the narrative, by the way. For those, this is that report in Drake's case. This is their report 1. And so Look at this. These are all of the people that were there when they did the debriefing in that case at 9:30. So I arrived at the crime scene located at 6011 Main Street. Look at this, though. At 9:22, Marty Ryan gave a briefing to those officers or personnel who were on scene. Those present included Boundary County Sheriff Kramer, Chief Deputy Rich Stevens, Detective Dave McClellan, Caleb Watts, Boundary County Prosecutor Tevis Hall, Boundary County Coroner Mick Millette, Coeur d'Alene Police Department detectives, Idaho State Police Detectives Tolson, Snell, and myself. Assistant Chief advised that the deceased that had been identified as Brian Drake, a chiropractor who had an office at Bonners Ferry, where he saw local patients. Drake's office was one of 3 offices, one unoccupied, in the same building at 6811 Main Street. Drake's vehicle was parked facing north. The building where Drake's office was located was also occupied by Kip Hartman, a financial advisor. Drake lived in Hayden with his wife of 20 years, 4 minor children. Drake had an office in Bonners Ferry because he had many patients that lived in the area. Drake had been on the phone with his wife, Jennifer Drake, at the time he was shot. There is nothing that corroborates this, you guys. You understand that? Jennifer reported that during their phone conversation, Brian had exclaimed that he had been shot by someone through the window of the office. And anybody who is anybody knows that that window was shot out, inside out. Brian quickly stopped communicating. Jennifer hung up and dialed 911. The recording of this 911 call was later entered into evidence under this supplemental. See list below. Assistant Chief Ryan continued with the briefing. Now, I will say this. I think it's very weird. Kip Hartman was the financial advisor or accountant for a lot of people in that town. He stole a bunch of money, I guess, and he was being sued. And so people thought that maybe it could have been maybe that Kip Hartman was supposed to be killed and not Brian Drake, by the way. And then somehow, some way, Kip Hartman and Jennifer Drake end up being Facebook friends on Facebook. Well, it's the Brian Jennifer Drake account, so she used that though. Anyways, Jennifer reported during the phone conversation. Okay, that's what he said. Assistant Chief Ryan continued with the briefing, advising that there was a witness across the street named Isaac Funderburg who had heard the gunshot. See, this is just shot, not shots. And had witnessed a man in dark clothing walking north along a fence line on the north side of the building where Drake's office was located. This man walked and then ran away from Funderburg toward the northeast. Funderburg got in his vehicle in an unsuccessful attempt to find the man and dialed 911. Okay. Now, this recording of this 911 call was later entered into evidence under this supplemental report. See the list below. Only problem is, we'll get to that. Assistant Chief Ryan advised that Boundary County 911 aired the call about the gunshot and suspicious person. Aired the call. You guys see it says aired the call? That Boundary County 911 aired the call about the gunshot and suspicious person. Boundary County Sheriff's Office Deputy Mike Venezuela, Reserve Deputy Dustin Schmidt, and BFPD Officer Brandon Johnson responded to the scene, entered through an open back door. Why aren't they saying Alan Schleff? Okay. Entered through an open back door, cleared the building, and found Drake deceased in his office. Bonners Ferry volunteer ambulance personnel came in, verified Drake was deceased and cleared the scene. I have attached a copy of the BFPD incident report regarding this incident to the supplemental. I have also attached a copy of BCSO incident report regarding this incident in the supplement. I have also attached a copy of BCSO CAD event summary for this incident. And you didn't look and see that there was hella motherfucking problems with all that? You guys, just a couple months ago, there was an issue with Brandon Johnson and some rape that was covered up, okay? I was advised Bonner Ferry had a person of interest who was seen walking in the area who had been identified as Stephen P. Hartman. Hartman had been observed on local surveillance video walking in the area around the time of the shooting. He had been tracked back to the Kootenai River Inn, where it was discovered he was a guest. I asked the North Idaho Violent Crimes Task Force to assist in tracking Hartman down and interviewing him. See the supplement report for more information about the investigation into Hartman. Now, he is the guy that was walking that Aaliyah Sandlin, who is the fiance of Isaac Funderburg, saw, and she told Leslie Lehman, oh, that guy that came walking up, oh, that was like 30 minutes after the gunshot. That's how I know he had nothing to do with it. Do you want to know what time he was seen on camera? 7:32 p.m. So what's 30 minutes before that means? 7 o'clock that the gunshots were heard. Where's any of that in this debriefing section right here? Oh, because you guys didn't get to that yet. You guys are hiding it. At that point, I knew we would need search warrants for the building where the homicide occurred, Drake's vehicle, Hartman's room in the Kootenai River Inn, Hartman's vehicle, and video surveillance evidence from the Kootenai River Inn. I understood Assistant Chief Ryan was working on getting search warrants written and signed. At 10:05 a.m., I conducted an initial walk around the exterior of the building. CPAPD detectives, Kootenai County, that's Coeur d'Alene, they began conducting the Faro scans of the exterior of the building. See Supplemental 57 for more information on the Faro scans. Detective Snell flew the drone, and he took pictures. By 12:35 p.m., ISP detectives Alderson and Lehman, Clark, Huddle, and Beach had arrived on scene. I assigned them. So there you go. There's your Lehman, right? Leslie Lehman and Rich Alderson. I assigned them the task of canvassing the area around the crime scene and obtaining copies of any security cameras. Members of NIVC-TV, or F, had also arrived on scene, and I briefed them as to the current status and asked them to do whatever they deemed pertinent in locating Hartman. I later asked Detective Snell to take Detective Huddle, Beach, and Clark to process Hartman's hotel room. I received a property signed search warrant at approximately 3 p.m. and made entry into the building. I have attached a copy of that warrant. Dr. Drake's office was located. In the exam room was the exam table, a small desk, and a stool. There was a window in the exam room that was on the southwest wall of the building. This wall was approximately 16 feet from the building to the southwest. That was the Far North Coffee Lodge. The space between the two buildings was the drive-through for the Far North Coffee Lodge. I found Dr. Drake lying on his back in the exam room with a cell phone near his body. I seized this phone as evidence. I later found this phone number with a Verizon carrier. His wife later advised me he used this phone primarily as his personal phone. I also seized a mobile phone from a desk in the office. I later determined that this phone number with Verizon as a carrier, his wife later advised me that that was his primary for his work purposes. I later had both of these phones downloaded using Cellbrite. I later entered copies of these downloads in evidence. I found one hole through the double pane window of the exam room. This window looked out to the far north coffee lodge drive-thru. The metal mini blinds on the window were closed and had a corresponding hole. The hole through the window and blinds was consistent with being caused by a small caliber bullet being fired by a standing adult shooting from immediately outside the window into the office space. I cannot believe that you put this in there. This is going to get blown up in court. Literally blown up. Drake was likely sitting on a stool. Well, then let me ask you a question. If Drake was sitting on that stool, why didn't you take the stool into evidence? How tall was that stool? How can we even measure where he would have been and when he did any reenactments of anything if you didn't take the stool into evidence to measure how high the stool was off the ground? Because they measured Drake's waist to his head at the autopsy. The location of the entry wound, considered with the trajectory of the bullet in Dr. Drake's body, indicated Dr. Drake was likely sitting on the stool located in front of the window and was facing away from the window. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They didn't even do that. We located a single bullet hole in Dr. Drake's back with no apparent exit wound. The Boundary County coroner, Mick Millett, was on scene and took custody of the body. We assisted Coroner Millett with placing Dr. Drake's body in the bag and witnessed Coroner Millett sealing the bag with a numbered seal. Now, you're going to sit here and tell me that the coroner was there to do all of this, right? And at no point in time, this coroner would have thought to themselves, oh my God, what time did they think that this happened? Oh my God, that's when Dan just up and left my house. I took pre-search, search, and post-search photographs. See how it says I took? This is so key. You are so effed, man. This is all going to fall on Van Leuven, and I love it. I love it. Because he is so wrong. I took. Van Leuven took those pictures. I later placed these photographs on a disc and entered the disc into evidence. Prior to searching the office, CDAPD, that would be the Coeur d'Alene PD detectives, conducted Faro scans inside the office. The hole through the 2 window panes and mini blind was measured inside and out. Guys, it wasn't. It's so bad. It's so bad. Lana has already proven that, yes, 100. One bullet was shot from inside out. Now, the hole through the 2 window panes and mini blind was measured inside and out. I seized the following items of evidence from the office. Now, this is just wild. Ready? Okay. Are you guys ready for this? Because I'm ready to give you guys a nut. I wasn't going to give this to you, but I was going to wait for like 2 weeks before trial, but I'm ready to do it. Okay, we ready? Breathe in, breathe out. Here we go. Ready? Items. Samsung Galaxy S10 found near Dr. Drake's head on the floor. Cellbrite download of same. Amazon tablet found at Dr. Drake's desk. Cellbrite download of same. Samsung Galaxy S4 with Pay Anywhere attached from Dr. Drake's desk. You see where it says Pay Anywhere is attached? That better still be there. Cellbrite download attached. Apple iPod from Dr. Drake's desk. Cellbrite download of same. Black zip folder with receipts and $600 in cash from desk. patient records paperwork from, see, it says top of desk. Yeah, where are they, Van Loovie Poovie? Because you are hiding all of those from the top of the desk. Boom. Boom. Which proves, but I got a good picture, proving that Eldora's brother never did dick and wasn't having a new patient file or anything, but where are all those patient records that you took? Paper records from the black plastic box under the desk, black rolling box with records from the wall of the office, papers from the desk drawers. They took the mini blinds, right? Audio recordings of 911 calls. Have you lost yourself? Why would there be audio recordings of 911 calls in the crime scene? What are you talking about? Why would you add this to this report? And then scene photographs. Audio recordings of 911 calls. What? Where's the stool? Where's the stool? Where's the leg brace of Dr. Drake? That could have been scanned for DNA. The leg brace. Where's the stool? Do you guys see stool written on there? Where's the stool? Where's the actual window? Where's the hair? Where's the, I'm sorry, let me back up. Where's the folding table that he adjusted people on? There could be DNA on that. And then where's the blonde hair that was on that adjusting table? No stool, no brace, no window glass. Where's the water bottles that y'all said were filled with vodka? Where are those? There was a woman's blonde hair on the on the folding table, the pop-up chiropractic table. Where is that? Oh, that's right. You let Jennifer Drake take everything out of that office on the 16th, or I'm sorry, the 14th of March. You let her take all of it. And $600 in cash. Why didn't you write down that it was $100 bills? Okay, these are all $100 bills. And that's important. You want to know why? Because Dr. Drake's appointments were $50 per appointment. And there was no petty cash in there to like give people change. So why would he have 6 $100 bills? Because if I'm just paying for here's my one thing, or if I'm buying a package deal, that was $250 and you got the 6 visit free. So again, Dr. Drake has to come with change. But you're going to sit here and tell me that every single person that paid with cash that day only had $100 bills. You got me all fucked up, motherfucker, because that ain't even true. There's no way, absolutely no way. What Dr. Drake was like, you can only pay me in $100 bills. And then if that's the case, you better be prepared for when they do pay in cash that you have 20s and 10s to break up that. If they hand you $300, here's $50 change. You know, there was no petty cash drawer. There was no, because all he did was either take credit card. He doesn't bill the insurance. So how does this man just have $600 in cash? It's all $100 bills. And then when you do the math on how much money he brought in for the day, we light. I left a copy of the search warrant and an ISP evidence property receipt in plain view. I have attached a copy of that receipt to the supplement. Dr. Drake's body was later transported to the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office, where Dr. Sally Aiken performed an autopsy on March 16, 2020. Dr. Aiken attributed the cause of death to a penetrating gunshot wound. Dr. Aiken further found that the bullet had entered the body just below the left scapula and 3 3/8 inches to the left of the midline of the back. Oh my God, what a liar. What a liar. What a liar. The bullet grazed the left pulmonary artery, causing abundant hemorrhaging in the chest cavity. A small caliber handgun bullet was recovered from Dr. Drake's left pectoral muscle. Why doesn't he write in this description the direction and the trajectory of the penetrating wound? You know why? Because it blows up their little shit up here. Because it clashes. It's the opposite. A small caliber handgun bullet was recovered from Dr. Drake's left pectoral muscle. See the attached copy of the medical examiner's report and toxicology report. The bullet has been analyzed by the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory as well as the Washington State Patrol Forensic Laboratory. See attached copies of both of those reports. The bullet was determined to be consistent in weight and design with a .38 caliber class, to include .38 Special and .357 Magnum calibers. I have been advised by ISP forensic scientist Stuart Jacobson that the bullet is in good condition and a match is likely if we recover the murder weapon. Investigation continues. Then I went ahead and took a peeky peek. Okay, take a look at this, guys. So what ends up happening here is, see this property, this evidence. So I went through and came across, oh, right here, item number 16, officer's audio tape. What is this? You guys, I promise, don't even believe anything that they say, okay? What is this? Officer's audio tape on 3/16/2020. They CD with 911 calls. Officer's audio tape. Why would this be called officer's audio tape? Okay, so let me break this down. This is the report from everything that was seized from the scene, okay? So you have property. So the first thing here is a Samsung Galaxy S10, so everything that was listed. See that? Then you have number 2, photo measured, collected. This is the Cellbrite download of same, like that phone. Then you have evidence non-drug. What is this? Amazon tablet. Then you have the Cellbrite download. Then you have, so everything that we're going in order here of what I just read off. This is the Galaxy S4. Photo measured, collected. This is the Cellbrite. From that, then we go to number 7, which is the Apple iPod. Then we have the Cellbrite of the Apple iPod. Then you have black folder with receipts. They returned the cash to the wife. Patient records from desk. Those are missing. Black laptop bag with documents. This is missing. Where do you guys see black laptop bag? You see black laptop bag? Let me show you. Where do you guys see black laptop bag on here? The only black, that's the black rolling box. That's totally different. Oh, right there. Guess where this was when Eldora and her, I didn't even see that. Guess where this was when they were there? It was out in the other room. Okay. The black laptop bag was out in the other room. Never went through. Because it was on camera. Then we have black plastic box with records. Black rolling box with records. Black plastic box with records. Okay. Papers from desk drawers. The mini blinds. So they took the mini blinds. Okay. See, 316, 316, 316. Officer's audio tape. 3/16/2020. CD with 911 calls. Where did you get these from? Where did these come from? What is this? Where does that come from? How would you have the Cooney County 911 call? Who would have a CD with it says 911 calls as in plural? Okay, these were just at the office. How would these be at the office that you obtained the 911 calls on a CD from the office? Why would they be at the crime scene? This has never made any sense to me. Right? So if anybody wants to explain, because what he says, though, is in his writing, because he doesn't type this up until, well, that's the other thing. Let's talk about the report. You guys, he didn't type up this report until 9/22/2020. But he makes it seem like he typed up the report. Look at 3/12/2020 report. Reported date. He didn't even make it there till 3/13 the day after when he got there at 9:16 in the morning. See, 3/12. Like, why does this say 3/16? Why wouldn't this be put into evidence on 3/13 when you collected all this shit? 3/16, 3/16, 3/16. He did all of this shit that they did on 3/13. Why is it being entered on 3/16? Well, you guys know the Karen Reed case, right? Enter date 3/21/2020. I'm sorry, 9/21/2020, 9/21/20. This is the enter date for all of this stuff. 9/21/2020, 10:37. Involved date 3/16. So where was this stuff from 3/13 to 3/16? The recording of this 911 call was later entered into evidence under this supplement. See list below. Okay. Well, wouldn't it be by itself then? It says this call. Well, later entered into evidence. It has the same as everything else. There's nothing later about this. This is all lies. This is all fucking lies. This is absolutely disgusting. Okay. Because guess what, guys? That 911 call doesn't exist. The only way that 911 call would exist is if Jennifer Drake made her own copy of calling someone that she knew. They pretended like they were 911. Okay. And then they actually had the dispatch over there do something fucking crazy. Because that woman from Bonner County, she couldn't, but she's like, that wasn't a transfer call. I took that call. And she was trying to get to the bottom of it. And then someone told her to let it go. But this was done on, he arrived, it's all happened on 9/10, March 13th, and then all the way went to 7 p.m. that they do all this. So and then they let Jennifer Drake go in there on March 14th on the Saturday, and Jennifer Drake cleared out that office and took everything out of there. And before the police could get to the Sandpoint office, Jennifer Drake was there and cleaned out everything that was in that Sandpoint office before the police could get there. So Jennifer Drake's clearing out offices. Jennifer Drake's is taking whatever. They don't take the stool. They don't take the pop-up tent or the pop-up table. They don't take the water bottles that they're claiming have vodka in them. They never tested them. They never take the glass from the window. And this is Idaho State Police, the same people that have done the Idaho 4 case. And we're just supposed to be like, yeah, you guys are awesome. So, again, this is not normal. And I would just love for someone in law enforcement to come out on my channel and tell me that it is normal. And all of this is normal. Also, his vehicle, the wife drove it home that day on the 314. So, but I want to know where these audio 911 calls came from, how they would just be, they're just claiming that they were just at the office is what it's trying to look like. It's saying, oh, we later obtained this. Well, why wouldn't you have your own supplemental report for that? That's what you would normally do. So I'm going to go ahead and pull report 135, supplemental report 135. But before I do that, let's show you guys this. This is Jennifer Drake's Life 360. she took a screenshot of the Life 360 to show, okay, that Brian Drake's phone was moving, okay. So do you see here this timestamp? Since 9:33 p.m. You guys know what this address is, right? Idaho State Police right here, District 1. Okay. So see it's moving here. She's screenshotting this. So see how he only has 67% battery here? They're supposed to take your phone and put it in airplane mode. His phone was not put in airplane mode. And instead his phone is being looked through. All right. And then she's asked questions about it. Not specifically this, but she's asked, oh, did you look at his Life 360? Have you looked at it since the murder? And she said no to the police officers. And it's recorded. So we have her saying no. But then this is a screenshot that's on her phone showing a different story. Showing the fact that she was taking screenshots to show that her man's phone is traveling at 44 miles per hour right here. Okay. And so she takes this screenshot. And then a little bit later, she takes the screenshot to show that, because she's trying to see what's going on. She takes a screenshot of now his phone has moved here and has been there since 9:33 p.m. He's lost 3% battery from when it was at this time. And Brian Drake driving near US 95. If this was in airplane mode, none of this would be available. And now Brian Drake is just near 7313. And right here, okay, that's Idaho State Police District 1, Coeur d'Alene. And this is in Cellbrite. And then I'm going to show you how I know that Jennifer has a little bit of a history of turning her locations off. Because Jennifer is in a group with her family. Jen here, GPS off. So this tells me that Jennifer knows exactly how to elude being detected. This is her family, okay? And Jen, GPS off. And these are different things I tell you. No network or phone off. But no, here, GPS is off. It's a difference than like your phone's either off or, network. Logged out. That means that you're not using this app anymore. See these question marks here? We've been doing our homework over here. So you can ask yourself, either Idaho State Police is just so inept, okay? Or you can follow the evidence that we presented here to show you that with this case, not only was Dr. Moore picked out to be framed from jump, okay? But it was Jen Drake who told the world that Brian Drake was shot through the window while on the phone with him. And she's going to try to walk that back. And if anybody lets her walk that back, they some sick-ass motherfuckers. And then it all comes back down to, what is that area involved in? Why would you have to, cover all this up? It's so easy to see that, like, if Van Leuven, he should be looking at all this stuff and being like, whoa, we have a problem. Whoa, we have a problem. Because I believe that Van Leuven was lied to by people like Leslie Lehman, people like Rich Alderson. if you want to use the word misled, but like I said, like these people shouldn't be doing this. This is not what they're good at. Go get a different career. Because if you didn't frame the man, then you guys are just that fucking stupid. So I don't care which one it is, but this isn't your line of work. Bye-bye. And taxpayers should be saying things like that. Like, you shouldn't have a job doing this. Like, we need somebody else. Like, they're not good. So take care. Until next time. Peace.